know.
I was like, it's 5 o'clock. It's not dinner yet.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're up. Maybe? Are we?
Yeah, we'll double check.
We are.
On the U of tubes and everything.
Click the
There
link.
we go.
Copy the link. Move that away.
You got enough tabs open?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about my tabs, okay?
I'm always worrying about people's tabs.
I don't usually do this, except when I'm like studying. When I'm studying the lore.
Oh yeah, no, same, absolutely.
What did I wrote streame? Streame?
not even streamer.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Fine. We'll have streame. Now, a new word revealed. Okay. So this works and this works. I think. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Once again, I had issues with my camera. Every single time.
Of course.
Like on the day. Never before. So. Maxie is present, but in the box. She realized that she's being filmed if she's behind me. And she's like, nope, not anymore. Not anymore. Let's put it in the other. What is our... Oh, it's the other, okay. Yeah, my tabs. I had to find the whole quest line and put it in order. Because I have to, I gotta.
Oh, are we doing the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, because like there's a little bit of extra information in
Yeah.
the quest line. Not a lot, but like it's kind of it's also very very short, so it's kind of like a complimentary because you would get the pages by doing the quest. Lily with the where streamer, she already made the meme. I can't fucking believe this. Hi Lily, catch me hurgling at the stream. The fact that you already made the meme is incredible. That is incredible. Okay. Raf will join us later, maybe, if he wakes up. It's very early for him, so I understand.
Skill issue.
Yeah, skill issue on the other side of the planet.
Uh-huh.
It is 9 a.m. for him.
I'm usually up at 9 a.m. his time.
I would not be caught awake at 9 a.m. I mean, sometimes I have to be, obviously. Faster memer in the West, yeah.
Yeah.
Duress and Egress is today's topic. We are in Season of Arrivals now. Well, we're not, but, you know,
which was still like 11 billion seasons ago.
Yes. Season of Arrivals was season 11, and we are currently in 23?
Yeah.
23. And that's the final season, because we're getting episodes after seasons.
Sadly not divisible by 7.
Yes. Yeah, that is a problem, actually. Typo in the group chat, everyone point and laugh.
Always.
I think we can watch the cutscene now or later when it becomes relevant for Anna, but like, actually maybe better now.
I think maybe now is probably best, yeah.
Yes, because this is how Season of Arrival kind of started. What's the other one? Last one isn't much relevant. This is the ending. Okay, so we need to. I mean, we don't need to, but like it would be cool to see this because this is kind of it. Like this is what matters literally up until like Seraph, especially for Anna, but like in general for this lore book, more or less, and for like pretty much everything that will follow Destiny 2 episode. The Phantom Nocris. Help me!
I'm in hell.
We're gonna be memeing today. There's not
Mm-hmm.
much. Like this is mostly just like to show a little bit of history, especially because because they took the time to kind of give us updates on all but one of these. So, you know, it's cool to look how this started and how it was concluded.
Mm-hmm.
Anna in Seraph, Asher in Defiance, and Sloane in Deep. Uh, so it'll be really nice because there's like a lot of parallels and stuff.
Parallels in my video game?
In my video game, that's insane. Okay, this is basically how Season of Rivals began. Made me very normal, very very quickly. I was totally normal throughout this season entirely. Let me remove myself off the screen for a brief second. That is kind of spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit spooky. Yeah, crying
So
unreal, yeah.
what's the Skyshock event?
You know. Oh, you know.
Well, I know, but
Found the off switch. Yeah, the Skyshock event is when something like this happens. There is an invasion of the solar system, and Rasputin is like, "Help me, help, girl, help." Rasputin is the original girl, help.
mm-hmm.
Girl being Anna, of course.
Anna, yeah.
So this is basically like what Arrivals is. The pyramids arrive to the system, and the first thing they did was attack Rasputin. Rasputin was like kind of rebuilt in the previous season, in Season of the Worthy. We gave him a sick ass arsenal to shoot down things in the sky, and so because we knew that the pyramids are arriving, so when they arrived, the first thing they did was go to Io. Because that was Io. We can also I like how this is called shadow. I wonder if that word means things. So
Really?
obviously Jupiter. This is little Io, and the shadow showed up, and that will be the shadow. That will be the pyramid that we meet on Io above the tree of silver wings, which has miraculously grown somehow.
Somehow. Nobody knows
Somehow.
how it was planted.
Nobody knows.
Or where it came from.
Exactly. Um, so the pyramid lives here. They immediately attack Rasputin. I mean, he attacks them. It does absolutely nothing. So everything that happened, like, he couldn't do anything back in the collapse because he had no clue what they are, which makes sense. But so here, I guess he kind of thought, well, now I have more data, so maybe I can do something different. But nothing worked either way. Because, it doesn't work that way. And Rasputin tried, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Instead, he was shot down. We don't know how. Yeah, Asher's and Rasputin's first instincts were the same. Yeah. Um, we don't know like how they did this. They genuinely just like switched him off. Like he just shuts down. Not entirely, but he does shut down, and Anna panics, and this will be Anna's story in this lore book. She's trying to like save him, and then she's trying to save him essentially, and obviously, since we have played the game, since we know that she does save him, although he is he's just a poor little birthday boy.
He's in an engram.
Yes, she's gonna put him in an engram, and she will grab a exo body to kind of try and figure out how to do that. And she will continue trying to do that for about 3 years.
While the world is falling apart.
Yes, she will be in the
It's
hangar.
like, no, the most important thing is turning Rasputin back on.
Yes, to her. Yes.
Which I understand the impulse.
Yeah, I do.
One person is not going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, it does make sense, and like because he is the one thing that's basically protecting the whole system. But also he failed against the pyramids, so I mean, he could have like been shooting down other things. So
the thing is, he's causal.
Yes.
And everything else isn't.
Yep.
So like, no matter how much damage his weapons can do,
he can't breach.
As we'll see in Ash's first lore tab here.
Yeah.
Like, they're just being like, no, you don't hit me. Actually.
Yeah, exactly. You can't damage the pyramids, which is why it is very interesting that obviously the Traveler did that, but the Traveler is paracausal itself, so like that makes sense. And also the Rolk's pyramid is kind of brokey. Just a little bit brokey. So we don't know how Sap did that. She did do something, but like she managed. I mean, she's also paracausal, so Theory, Strand. If all things are paracausally connected to darkness, perhaps they pulled some thread on his consciousness. We see in the lore tab of her trying to save him. Yes. It could be that they were using something like that to kind of like just like unplug him, essentially. Ras throws a war set at the Black Fleet. Well, I've done all I can, boss. Yep.
He did. He threw a lot more than a war set at it, to be fair.
He threw
twice. In the
in the collapse, he threw a lot, and he threw a lot here, but
it's like last days, man.
It's just not gonna work. It's not gonna work, and this is the second. Like at this point, I think the pyramids were kind of like, can someone like shut this guy down? Like he's just kind of annoying. But like it's very interesting that they got there for like they immediately went to take him out. So he must have been some sort of a possible problem for them at some point. They just wanted like Rasputin to be like completely out of the picture because why bother? Like why keep him around and like having maybe do some other stuff to other things.
Yeah, like he can cause problems to their forces, right? Like he can drop war sats on the hive and he can
and on the Taken
zap whatever he wants for the Taken.
He could have possibly maybe even like zapped the tree. Like you never know. So.
But yeah, like
and his son, was like, Guardian.
Yeah, a little bit off topic, but like last days on Kraken Mare, Kalki's burning sword.
Yes.
Which is the bit where they're like, "What do you mean the war mind's like overriding us? Can't do that unless we're in Twilight Exigent territory." And it's like, hate to break it to you guys,
but we are.
But we super are.
Yep.
Twilight Exigent being like all humans are considered dead without protective action, so he's kind of like,
yeah, if I don't do anything, like
if I don't do anything, they'll die, so I can kill some of them if it means that more of them will survive, basically.
Which makes sense in that situation, but also very, very grim, and just kind of like explains how grim the collapse was in general.
Yeah.
Also, the Angli Way getting a signal from the war mine, yeah, they're being conscripted, yes. The Angli Way was the only one of the Exodus ships that was armed, and Rasputin was basically like, whoever has any kind of weapons is getting conscripted right now, and they were like, what the hell, we're literally like on our way out of the solar system.
Yeah.
Except you're not gonna make it.
Yeah.
And
it's like, I don't know where you think you're going, guys, but
yep. It was very, very,
it's
very,
not happening.
Like,
but
just
yeah,
chilly.
It wasn't good.
It was not good. And they returned. This is the moment when they return, which has been known. Rasputin detected them coming over. There's been prophecies.
I mean, there's partly like, why did they leave in the first place?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what actually happened to make them go? Because we don't really know.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why, like, a lot of people wanted like this arrivals thing to be kind of like, oh, the pyramids like get here, and then it's like raising things with the ground, like they just like there's just kind of action stuff, but they just kind of sit there, and to me, that
which is scarier.
It's scarier, yeah, genuinely. Like, it made it more uncanny and like worrying. Because, like, you know, they're just standing there ominously. Like, what are they doing? Why aren't they killing us?
The one on Titan that's just looking at you.
Yeah, yeah, the one on Titan that looks like kind of... It's a position like a ship coming towards you, which is very creepy. Like, it's just like... It's insane. Like, the way they were, like, positioned and just kind of chilling there. It made it more threatening to me, genuinely. Like, if they just had, like...
they're just like... We're here, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and like, you know that they're here for some reason, but we can't comprehend that reason. And it's like, well, I mean, it has to be something, right? But they're not doing anything. Why are they not doing anything? And then just kind of like... And then it becomes like very, very obvious that the planets that they landed on, which were Io, Titan, Mars, and Mercury, that these planets are possibly in danger. And at that point, Zavala is like, we cannot like mess with this. We don't know what they're gonna do, because we didn't know what they were gonna do. Like, we didn't know, oh, they're gonna like yoink the planets. We had no clue what they would do. Like, I think that most people like suspected that eventually they're gonna open and like flood the planets with like armies and whatever. They're gonna like start orbital lasering the planets, or that something is going to happen.
It is well within their capability to just destroy all life on that planet. We know this.
Yeah. So Zavala was like, we can't mess with this. We need to evacuate all of the planets that have been under siege by the pyramids. Which he does here. This was an actual voice line. But like, yeah, it's very...
Much to be done.
Okay, Zavala.
The first pyramid arrived above Io, and the Traveler did nothing. Now they darken our skies. And still it waits. It falls to the Guardians to protect our system. Egress is working to understand the ships. We have to work to overcome them. I need you on the front lines. Talk to our people on the ground. Close our ranks, Guardian, and form a fist.
Hi, Zavala. But yeah,
very Titan of him.
Yeah, and he had very, like, he did the words about the Traveler doing nothing and all. It just, because at the time the Traveler was still, brokey. Traveler
yeah,
brokey.
you can see some of it in the background.
Yeah, the Traveler was brokey, because it reforms at the end of Arrival, so. But yeah, Zavala, this is like kind of the beginning of, the thing where, like, he's kind of like, well, the pyramids are here now, and whatever the hell is going on, we don't know. But we have to come up with a way to, like, again, talk to our people on the ground and close our ranks and form a fist. Because at first I think we believed that we could, like, be able to fight them. Because, like, if there were, like, armies inside, we can fight that. Like, if there are enemies inside the pyramids, like, we can do something. We can just,
we've dealt with Oryx, you know?
Yeah, we've dealt with Oryx, we dealt with other, like, we dealt with the Taken, we dealt with, like, a lot of this stuff. But the fact that there was nothing, it made it kind of ominous, like, more ominous, like, what is in there, right? We don't know. It could be something that we cannot defeat. It could be something that just will not even like reveal itself. Just start shooting with the pyramid. It's really really weird. Please read the ritual activity armor lore from Beyond Light after this. I just remembered. Man.
Yeah.
If we have the time, we will.
Yeah.
If we remember, also.
Yeah.
I'll probably remember. It's. Goddamn. Yeah. We'll get to that. But yeah, this is just kind of when we thought that we could still do something, kind of maybe. But like his text will be this when he decides. This was basically like at first like go to the planets and ask people there if they need anything or like what they're gonna do, so we can start making plans. So the pyramids are on our doorstep. Zavala says as you arrive. Eris is searching the signals. Eris is researching the signals. Even the Drifter is helping in his way. There is no hesitation
because
in his
Eris
voice.
bullied him into it.
Yeah. There's no hesitation in his voice as the commander gives his orders. Eris made Io her base of operations, but she can't report on the surface while she's studying that tree. Meet up with Asher Mir. He should have some strong opinions about what to do next. And down on Titan, Sloane should be more pragmatic. She'll want to tear the ship from the sky with her bare hands. You see a glint in his eyes. See that she does. So this is the first bit. Like this is the beginning where we still think that like we're gonna do something about the ships. We're gonna strike back at them.
We have hope.
Yes, we do. And obviously, like Zavala is very like eager to like have these people help us. So the first two are always the first two are always Io and Titan, and then Mercury and Mars. That's like the order of how the quest went. And I think after you did this beginning, you would get the first pages. Like you did the first part of the quest.
I believe so, yeah.
And then you would get the first page for each of the characters. So after that, like you would go to Io and stuff. I'm not sure like if you got him before or after, but we might as well just quickly because they're like very 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 short. Asher is glaring at me.
This is my first interaction with Asher Mir, by the way.
That was probably very cool.
I did the whole quest line in like a few days before.
Well, you got to see like stuff on all the planets because that's what the quests were basically doing.
Yeah.
Like the quests would be. Oh, it's not like this first part was just the first part.
But
yeah.
But after that, it's kind of like bounce around and go speak to so and so.
Yeah. It's like go to each of the vendors.
Do some shit on Io.
Yeah,
some shit
and
on
do.
Titan.
It was always a strike, do a heroic adventure, do patrols, just kind of like spend time on the planet itself before it leaves forever. Well, forever. That was basically the point of the quest, and then they would give you like a gun from those strikes that had terrible RNG. Yeah.
There's something else to note as well is that people knew that the planets were going because they knew that things were being sunset.
Yeah. We as players knew.
So there was a lot of like ridiculousness about it because it's like, oh well, of course we know what's going to happen.
Yeah. It was kind of weird. People were being weird at that point because of everything. But like, when are Destiny gamers not weird?
I was gonna say.
When are Destiny gamers not weird? So the first one, the first stop rather, would always be Io. So the first part of the quest is like preparation, and then each of the things would be like for the planet. And Asher. Asher Mir is working furiously at his terminal as you approach. Multicolored waveforms crash and collapse on the screen. There you are, assistant, he says. I saw you earlier as you ran off after that ship. This is the beginning of the season. We land on Io and we go into the ship, into the pyramid ship. We get yoinked. Well, the pyramids try to yoink us, and then Savaton tries to yoink us, and then Eris yoinks us.
Eris is like, fuck that shit.
So we're getting like kind of all over the place, but it was really funny. The denizens of this moon are reacting strangely to the pyramid. Take to the field, record your actions, and bring me the data. I shouldn't have to tell you to hurry. He glances toward the black ship hanging in the sky, and his eyes narrow with irritation. Time appears to be of the essence. Sure does, Asher.
He's so snarky. I love him so much.
So he's pissed off permanently.
Yeah.
The entire time.
Like delightfully so.
Yeah. He's
like,
very...
I'd hate to know him in person, but I love him as a character.
Yeah. He was like insulting everybody. Like he was insulting
always, yeah.
Zavala, he was insulting us, he was insulting Ghost, he was insulting Ikora, he called her a wretch. Which, like, man.
Let's say that again in the Crucible, mate.
Yeah, she's like, you're only saying this because you are an Io and I'm not. She threatened to fucking kill him. It's my first mission first mission back since Red War, and it was wild. Yeah, it was. It was really, really cool. So that was Asher. We can then start reading his his little page, which you can read, Asher, I think.
My first ever lore tab.
Yes. So they have like kind of thematic names. Asher's is like physics, like some kind of not really physics, but like science based, like, you know, observation, prediction, and then the conclusion. Asher, observation.
Mm-hmm.
That's for
Man of science though he was, the first thing Ashimir did was shoot the damn thing. The pyramid hovered inside Io's atmosphere, close enough to be impacted by a projectile flung at sufficient speed. In the time it took Asher to blink twice, he knew the angle of attack and the mass of the projectile. Asher finished building the mounted railgun before his coffee had cooled. Sorry.
Wait a minute.
I saw you putting the hood on.
Yeah.
Asher finished building the mounted railgun before his coffee had cooled. He charged the magnetic coils, waited for the wind to die down, and broadsided the ship. He had expected the projectile to hit a kinetic barrier, or, best case scenario, impact the pyramid and cause utterly infinitesimal damage. Instead, at the moment of impact, the projectile stopped existing. Asher's brow furrowed while an irrepressible smile crept over his face. His metal arm clicked and hummed gently of its own accord. This pyramid had the audacity to park in front of his laboratory and pull such a cheap trick. Clearly, it had not thought it would meet Asher Mir. He assembled another missile, one with a detectable radiation signature and a radio signal. He fired it at the pyramid. It similarly disappeared on impact, its signals snuffed out, no longer detectable from Io's surface. Another payload followed, this one a miniature relay station. He routed it through his console and fired. At the moment it touched the pyramid, it transmitted a spike of radiation and radio broadcast. Asher smirked. They were still there, held in the field of the pyramid. Visually undetectable, signals squelched, but still physically there. How the pyramid was accomplishing this feat was unimportant at the moment, though his mind flooded with fantasies of zero-point energy. The question that gave him pause was the what. What was the ship doing to the projectiles as they sat suspended in space in the periphery of its loathsome shape?
And why?
The question that gave him pause was the what.
Gave him pause. Me too, bestie. Asher's very intelligent and he's making it everyone else's problem. Literally, he can't handle the fact that, like, no, everyone else is, like, not on his level. Wait a minute, my cat ears are... Gave him headache? Yeah. I mean, same. I keep trying to... I'm going through trials and tribulations right now. Okay. Yeah. What is he doing and why? I wonder. Just like at the beginning, like the pyramid is there, and Asher sees the pyramid, and he's like, "Well, I gotta shoot it." Asher is like he's a scientist essentially, and he was a warlock. But he went investigating the Pyramidion on Io with his fire team that consisted fully of hunters and him. So it was him and the hunters. Yes, there's no changing that he was a guardian. Yes.
Yeah.
He was investigating the Pyramidion. He got infected by the Vex. I don't remember if it's like
partially converted.
I don't remember like if it's specified what he did, like what did they do to him, but I don't think it's been specified specific, like, you know. But no wonder he went wrong.
Yeah, fire team comp. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. but he got infected and partially converted, as Finn said. So his arm is a Vex arm. His right arm is a Vex arm.
And his ghost as well.
Yes, and his ghost also got messed by the Vex, so it received a red eye, and it would no longer be able to be like a proper ghost. Essentially, like it just wouldn't work anymore. So essentially, he's lightless.
They don't know.
Yeah.
It's like they don't know what would happen.
Yes.
So effectively, he's no longer immortal.
Yes.
Oh well, he is dying, right? Like,
yes. Oh, yeah. So that
conversion will continue to happen.
Yeah. So that's.
It's not like stopped.
Do we know his ghost's name? No. We do not.
Knowing Asher, it was probably just Ghost.
Yeah, probably. It's probably just Ghost. And it's, he can't really use it anymore, so he's not like, it just doesn't make a difference for him. And as far as Vex conversion goes, you can't cure that. So like even if his Ghost did work, there's no curing being converted by the Vex. So as soon as he was, like, he was introduced actually at the end of D1, with Eris visiting him in a hospital just after he left Pyramidion, and he's already converted. And Eris and Asher were besties. They've been friends since before they were Guardians, actually. So that's interesting. And but there's nothing to be done, and he knows that eventually he will be fully converted. Like, eventually he will turn completely into a Vex. Which is why he was still investigating the Pyramidion and Io and the Vex, because he wanted to find like a way to possibly like revert or stop that, but he never found anything. And he kind of like is resigned. He's kind of resigned with the fact that he will eventually become a Vex, and that's it. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be done, and the best thing he can do is try and help us while he still has the time.
Yeah.
Final
like it's a really good look at kind of like terminal illness in a way.
Yes.
And like the way it's handled is very good.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets time to be kind of like mad about it.
Yeah.
But also it's not being treated as something like, oh, let's just cry about this forever, and like, it's he accepted it, and like it's just something that will happen, and it is what it is, essentially, And
he's kind of getting on with shit.
Yes.
And using the time he has to help people. It's just like, considering what his like general disposition is, he does actually give a shit.
He does.
Pissy about it all the time. And no, he's not like this because of the whole Vex thing. He's just always been like this.
Yeah. He's been this kind of person like since the start. Although Ares did mention that he used to smile. So.
I mean, he smiled in this one.
Yeah, because he's doing the experiments.
Because he had the audacity to park in front of his lab.
Yeah. And it's a cheap trick.
Mm-hmm.
Because like to him, like the missile like disappearing is like, really, you're pulling this on me? Like doesn't impress me as much.
Because like, most people would look at that and go like, whoa, oh my god, it didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's just disappeared, the missile. And he's like, no, it didn't disappear. You've done something to it.
Yeah.
Which is a really important distinction.
Yes. And apparently the missiles were just kind of being held in, like, suspension.
Yeah.
So, like, it did get towards the pyramid, but it didn't disappear, it didn't explode, it just was being held.
In stasis, I'd say.
Yes. It might be in stasis. That is very, very interesting. So that was his first interaction with the pyramid ship. He tried to shoot the damn thing, and then like ran a few experiments with them, and he started like basically pondering, what are they even doing, and why?
The wizard pondering a triangle.
Yes. He's just a guy. He did his best, though he should like prepare his fire teams better, like with a more variety of.
He needs to find himself a titan.
Yeah.
Or at least better hunters.
Yeah. or at least like I mean he can keep the hunters, but like have at least one other person present, not just the hunters. You like you can't just
They'll never learn.
yeah. It's just what it is. Like we hunters know, okay. uh, Interesting. Uh, you can make because you can make projectiles disappear. That don't impress me much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's Asher, and then after Asher, we are what we are. Yeah. After Asher, we had to go to Sloan, and Sloan's, if I order them right, is this one, and she is also like, hello. I was wondering who Zavala would send. Sloan says as you arrive, she seems pleased to see you. He's watching the skies, but I'm more concerned about what's happening on the ground. I'm seeing increased hostile activity across the board, the hive's digging deep for Golden Age tech. They know the pyramids have us distracted, and they are taking everything they can reach. In the distance, you hear the unearthly cackling of hive. They think they can pick our bones before we're dead. She squares her shoulders, the metals on her shoulders clink softly. Not a chance. So that's Sloan. We have met her now in Deep, or rather, like some of us like have met her. Well, some people have met her for the first time, but she's always been like this. She is a Titan. She's deputy commander, like basically second hand to Zavala. And we learned actually, because I didn't know much about her at the time, but we did learn in Deep that she's been doing that for quite a long time. Being almost like basically a second Vanguard commander next to Zavala. And she did like a lot of really cool stuff.
Which is also one of the reasons why he's been so like stressed and overwhelmed.
Yeah.
It's not just the like everything that's going on, but like the everything that's going on. Plus, he used to have someone to help him who was also very close.
Just Sunbreaker as well. Yeah. It's they are like basically they will never give up, like no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
She is really cool. She's really cool, and she's also an old lady, which exceptional design. Also, like
she's great.
Her pauldrons are half of the picture.
Yeah.
So when we arrive to Titan, she's like, "Yeah, thank God it's you, and let's kick some ass." Essentially, like at this point, she doesn't know like what's gonna happen, but she wants to keep Titan basically in our hands because the Hive are digging for Golden Age tech, which, that's not good. And then we have her page. I can read Sloan. Okay. I can read Sloan. You can read the scientists. I'm gonna read the Titan and Mercury, obviously.
Well, yeah.
First in last out is a reference to Sunbreaker Code. I believe so. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They are, like I appreciate the Titans when they're like that, but also please take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Like, man.
It's one of those put on your own oxygen mask first things. Like,
yeah. It's just like
you can't help people when you have like burned yourself out to that point where you are like a ruin.
Yeah. And it's just what they do, and it's kind of like, man, please be normal. Like a little bit.
It's also like the class type. Stop calling me out, Cal. the like the division of classes is kind of like it has its own levels of being harmful as well.
Yeah.
Because people are like, you're a Titan.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Titans do.
Yeah. And you kind of get to do that. And I mean, they're obviously like, they're kind of like predisposed to it as well, but they're the most Titan-coded Titans.
By other people.
Yeah, that are like giving you also that kind of impression of what to do is like an additional, not really pressure, but like kind of enabling, really.
Yeah,
like
enabling.
They're getting enabled. Almost like no one else is doing anything, so Titans kind of have to. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, the Warlocks and Hunters, you know what they do, so.
Well, Warlocks are falling back to, like, think about it, and like, be like, what's the most, like, practical approach here? Mm-hmm. And Titans are like, we ain't got time for that shit, people are being killed.
Yeah, exactly. Then self-sacrificing, Warlocks do what they feel no one else can, and Hunters do unseen work that folks literally.
Yeah.
and all of them have like these kind of drawbacks, really, which is really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like being self-sacrificing is really nice and good, but also they tend to like neglect their own needs and emotions, and they end up dying a lot. Not really a lot, but like they the self-sacrifice like actually is a self-sacrifice. So
yeah, the shape is protect, the shape is sacrifice.
yes, and then warlocks obviously they do things that others can't, but also it means that they go fucking insane. Like a lot of them just kind
or
of
like die wandering off doing like something very like, listen,
yes.
if you'd taken people with you, it would have been fine.
Yeah. So like for example, Asher did the warlock thing. He like went in to investigate the Vex, and it didn't go well for him. So same thing with like Toland, Osiris as well. Like they all kind of do that. And hunters, of course, they just go off alone somewhere, and they have like someone has to do that as well. But they tend to end up like self-isolating and completely like detaching themselves from the rest of guardians and even other hunters.
Mm-hmm. It's like Dredge and Yor being like, I pretend I was a hunter. Like,
yeah. Yeah. We can cry about the classes all day long. It's really, really good. So let's read.
Really good world building.
Let's read Sloane's little interaction here. Sloane, Overseer, man. Deputy Commander Sloane watched the overloaded Vanguard skiff dip close to the waves. Watch it, she barked into the communicator, and the craft straightened out. That's liquid methane down there, and if it don't kill you, the Leviathan will. Ha, Leviathan mention.
Point.
Yeah. Come on, ain't no Leviathan, said the pilot, his voice crackling. He was some boy from the city who couldn't have been more than 17 years old. And if that's methane, how come you don't even got a helmet on? Sloane grinned. She wasn't used to backtalk. Because I moisturize, short timer, Sloane said, and squelched the comms. She's so fucking good.
I love her.
A falling ketch screamed overhead, and Sloane was on the catwalk outside the rig in a flash. She bellowed at the men working on the deck to cover clear of the cargo as she drew her scout rifle and dropped to a knee. The first few dregs were dead before they hit the ground, but the winds whipping off the seas sent her next shots wide. She figured the landing party would go for the cargo shuttle over her men, so she spun to take a sightline towards the craft, but the things were charging for the supplies instead. She cursed and leapt over the railing, landing like a crash of lightning. Her earpiece sprang to life. Sirens watch, this is supply craft Vienna Stinger looking for a place to put down. Landing pad 5, south side, she shouted over the crack of her rifle. Offload what you brought, and I'll have a supply team swing by in a minute. She plugged 2 more dregs at the ketch's engines changed from a roar to a whine. A half-hearted volley of wire rifle fire spattered the landing pad from the ketch as it blasted away. Sloane called out to her team. No fatalities, nothing taken, but 2 crates of fresh supplies. She ordered the team to the next landing pad and began climbing the long stairs back to her perch. They hadn't hit while they were loading the Golden Age technology for shipment back to the city. They were after the supplies. They were leaving. She looked up at the pyramid in the sky and frowned. The door to her office closed and sealed with a hiss. A soft blue light on the panel promised that the seal was airtight. Sloane walked across the room to watch the seas through the open hole blown in the side of her rig. Leviathan mentioned, yep.
She's so funny. Like, in a, like, not intentionally funny way.
Yeah.
She's just such a good character.
If it's methane, why you wear a helmet? I moisturize. That was a very frequent question. Like, how is she on Titan without a helmet?
Yeah.
And this was like, you know what? We're gonna answer them, and it's gonna be a joke.
Yeah.
It's really funny. And also, yeah, the Leviathan. So like they knew. I mean, everyone knew that there was a creature inside of the Titan, inside of the Titan's methane sea. And interestingly enough, Eris knew that it's a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Eris in prophecy mentions, calls Leviathan a she specifically. Even though, like, obviously Drifter didn't know because he called it Long Boy in the Soup.
Mm-hmm.
But Eris knew, and I wonder, like, since we now know that it was, like, Asa is a proto-worm and that Eris bonded with her in Witch, I wonder if Eris knew back then
Quite likely.
that it is a proto-worm of the hive there.
I mean, if anyone was going to.
Lesbian mind powers, literally.
Mm-hmm.
And also a lesson to always listen to Eris. Literally this.
Oh, Eris.
Every single time. So Sloane is the overseer. She's on her little perch on Titan, and she's overlooking like supplies being dropped off. The pilot is 17. Like that's wild.
They're desperate, yeah.
Yeah, and dropping off supplies obviously because people on Titan need supplies because there's nothing there. So I mean there are old pineapple seeds somewhere in storage. But you can't really do much on Titan, so they need supplies. And yeah, the dregs, my people, they steal supplies because they're also leaving. That is very
yeah.
So like they didn't
like
care.
The Elixir have gone.
Yeah.
We're out here. We're leaving. We're done. We're not doing this.
Especially this, like they didn't care about the Golden Age technology. Because like Elixir would care about technology in general, but they didn't care about this at all because the Golden Age technology was being shipped to the city as part of evacuation. But they went for the supplies because they were preparing to leave as well, and that's a little bit chilly, that even the Elixir are kind of like, fuck this shit, we're out. Like they're not gonna be, so emotional about the Elixir seeing the Black Fleet and fleeing. Too many Tales of the Whirlwind. Basically that, like they were. There's a lot of Elixir on Titan. It's also where we met Mitrax for the first time.
Mitrax, yeah.
And in this point, they were like, nope, we are leaving. Like they too were evacuating.
I'm out.
Yeah, literally. And like the fact that like they were all evacuating and Sloane was like, no, I'm staying.
Yep.
Okay.
Spoilers.
Titans. Yep. I like how she sealed the door airtight, but like there's a hole. It's really funny.
As one does.
Yes. So that was something else. But again, that's like just the same thing as Asher's first bit, is just kind of like what they're doing during arrivals, like what's going on, essentially here. While when the pyramids arrived, so like when pyramids arrived on Titan, everybody on Titan were like starting to pack their things. Specifically here, like obviously Hive were just, Hive was just Hive. They're just doing some stuff, as she mentioned previously, like to us when we talked to her. She mentioned that like Hive are looking for the Golden Age tech, and they're like doing their stupid little like rituals and stuff. But the Elixir are like, nope, we're getting out of here. We know what this is leading to, and we're not gonna be here when it happens. Except Sloane obviously is there because she's the overseer and she has to like make sure that everything is going to be still there and protected because Titans.
Also notably, she does a Fists of Havoc thing.
Yes, she does her Fist of Havoc. This leapt over the railing and landing like a crash of lightning. She sure does.
Because especially because it references like right at the end where it's like, and she like began climbing the long stairs back to her post. So she dropped a fair way. It wasn't like it wasn't 1 or 2 stories. It was a long way.
Yeah. She just like she leapt through the window essentially and like crashed down with the Fists of Havoc.
And it's something she makes a habit of. Mm-hmm. It's something she makes a habit of. It's really funny.
Yeah, it is. We'll see later. Yeah. We'll see later. She'll try using them as well with the suit.
Yeah, there's a line in one of the bounties off Zavala. It's like, when was the last time you dropped a fist of Havoc from 10 stories up?
Yeah. Titans. I mean, if you could do that,
Oh, if it was an option, yeah.
Yeah. They, you would.
Mm-hmm.
I should have put the other ones in order because technically, I mean, they are in order with the book because like next is Anna. But quest-wise, it's the other way around. It's Mercury and then Mars. I think that was because Anna was leaving, so they kept her last for the quest. But we'll read in order of the book because next we have to read Anna's thing. So After we visited Asher and Sloane, we go back to Zavala. And Zavala is like, what's the report? And then go to the other two. So the darkness is pushing deeper into our territory. Zavala intones gravely. The air around him crackles with energy. Mars, tell Anna Bray that what we've learned about the pyramids so far. Help her defend against the creatures they draw. Then I need you on Mercury. Vance is in the lighthouse there and needs to be brought up to speed. The Infinite Forest has strategic value, but is not our top priority. The air is suddenly still. Zavala speaks softly, almost to himself. There's so much we can't afford to lose. Zavala.
Sigh.
Zavala is just like at this point he's kind of realizing.
Nap.
Yes, he's kind of realizing at this point that things are getting a little bit concerning. After we like tell them like what's after we tell him what's going on with Io and Titan and stuff, and he's like, oh, let's go check the other two, right? Because that's gonna be normal for sure.
It's like I sent you to the normal two first.
Yeah, relatively normal. And then obviously because like Anna was always a problem because of Rasputin, and we were always like kind of worried what she's gonna do, because like there's no way she's gonna abandon Rasputin, right? But like he's died, was like shut down. So like what is she going to actually be able to do with him being essentially like turned off, deadened, literally. So it was always kind of like, oh my god, Anna, like you can't like lay down your life for like a computer, essentially. Like
it's important to know that she faked her death to go and look into this in the first place.
Yeah. So he's very much like, please like go help Anna with whatever the hell she's doing, and then I mean whatever is going on here we don't know. But like he needs to be brought like Zavala doesn't like, obviously he cares about all of them because they're civilians. Well, not everyone is civilian, but like I mean Vance is the only civilian actually here, so like go there into the lighthouse and tell him what's going on. And interestingly, the forest has strategic value, but is not our top priority. That is an interesting thing. Like, so they didn't really care much to secure it.
Because it's not people.
Yes, it's not people, and it's not even us. Like, it's not even ours. Like, it's a Vex thing, and we can't be sacrificing people to protect this because, I mean, we can't move it, we can't do anything with it, whatever. The only thing we care about is removing people from the affected planets because they're people. Even if they're cringe, they're still people.
They are so incredibly cringe.
Yeah. And at this point, he's kind of like, we can't afford to lose. And like, he's not really specifying, but like, he's thinking about the people. He will specify later, though. And then we go to Anna. I think it's this one. Yes, preparation, Mars. Anna Bray is studying her monitors in the Clovis Bray facility when you bring her Zavala's message. Look at this, she says, indicating a jumble of sine waves in front of her. Harmonic oscillations. What if, before the darkness did whatever it did to him, Rasputin initiated an emergency upload and there's a screeching burst of hive interference. Her screens flicker as her console reboots. For a moment, Anna flares with furious light that scorches her keypad. Then she turns to you, dead calm. I could use some support, Guardian. You draw your weapon, she smiles. She gets mad about the hive. The hive are bringing in an ogre, so...
Yeah.
And she's basically like, at this point she's like still trying to figure out what the fuck happened with Ras. So she needs like a little bit of assistance to figure out if she can do anything to actually like save him.
Harmonic oscillations?
Yeah, harmonic oscillations. I saw that.
Tones?
Yeah, it's
tones,
that is
perhaps?
literally what Osiris wanted her to look into.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Yeah, we don't know what it means. So, and she, when Osiris later will ask, she'll be like, I did not hear any suspicious tones. because she was worried about something else, namely Rasputin not dying instantly. So this page is actually like right after, um, right after it's like as soon as it's happening. So this is kind of like a little bit before all of this, because it's like kind of it continues the cutscene sort of.
Yeah.
So that one is yours. You can do Anna.
Yeah. So this one's called Frayed, which is about right, really. She had tried everything. The Great Bray, a lineage that promised to save them. For all her genius and moxie, this was beyond her. Rasputin lay dying in a dozen empty screens splayed out around Anna's command station. She could visualize the bleeding code running through her fingers. Zavala's voice was in her ear as ambient haze, relegated to the background of her mind like distant gunfire. The image of the pyramid's distortion wave was still raw. This wasn't an attack, it was a command, a lazy dismissal of all their best laid plans. There were no explosions, no blaring sirens or sparks of dramatic electricity, nothing to combat or fix, just a guardian walled in silent black glass and disbelief. She had been so sure. Anna's eyes tracked Jinju as the ghost sped from console to console, attaching strings of light to each. They slowed her as she went, buried under some load. Anna, Jinju's voice strained under crushing distortion. I think I've got him. Most of him, but not for long. The words cut through the distant gunfire. What? Anna asked. Her voice came softly at first, unsure what form to take as the information processed. What? Jinju groaned and whispered an exasperated pillory, Engram. It's not ready. Anna, now. You'll go insane. I can't. The light tethers attached to Jinju began to pop one by one. It's this or nothing. The prospect sent Anna tearing across the room. She belted a command into the air, and a floor safe opened in response. Anna snatched the dodecahedron enclosure from the safe and braced it in front of Jinju. Jinju, do it. The ghost shell reformed to forge a directing structure before her core erupted with light and data. A stream of pure information beamed into the engram, filling it with spiraling wisps of light. Did you, as much as I could. Outside the windows, bolts of atmospheric friction dragged flames through the sky as warsats plummeted from low-orbit defensive positions. Their impacts were distant. Man!
Yep. So that's more or less like immediately following the cutscene. Like Anna is basically completely in shock. Again, she had been so sure. And like, even if like it did, like even if the attack didn't work, I don't think she expected like
it to break him.
Yeah, to completely, for him to be completely like just totally shut down. They probably like just expected, oh, you know, it might work, but if it fails, it fails. Like whatever, we'll just like try and do something else later. But it wasn't that. It was him being turned off. Like they found the off switch. Could also mean resonance, though. Yeah, it could be resonance as well.
Resonance and tones are sort of.
It's
complicated and
we don't know enough.
We don't know enough to be able to explain it.
Yeah, and we don't know enough. Like if it's just there's not enough information in general. It's wild. But something did they did do some sort of. They did something. The pyramid's distortion wave.
Yeah, which is that the same thing as the blast from?
Yeah. Could be not. Like, But like it's specific, like because there was no explosions and like no blaring sirens, no sparks, no electricity. Like
they just turned him off.
Yeah, and that does kind of. It is a little bit similar to the blasts in Lightfall, because they weren't like there wasn't much done. They were just like the blast would go through things and that's it. Like there's it's a very weird, like kind of a unique attack sort of. And well, Jinju is her ghost. She's very cute.
Yeah.
And we love her. She's very, very, very good.
She's got pets.
Yes, she's got pets. So Anna's ghost has two little mites. Kind of like they're kind of the nano mites from that one. What was it called? The intro into Siva stuff was like an event where guardians would get infected with the little thingies, and Jinju has two of those thingies, and they like play with her. on her
And
shell.
they're named after the moons of Mars.
Yeah, they're called Phobos and Deimos. It's really cool. It's incredible. Her ghost has two little guys, two little pets. Um, Technically, to understand all of this, we would have to read Legacy. Legacy is a weblore in two parts that is very, very
It's
long.
very, very good.
And it's
long.
very, very
it's
good.
Very good. Yeah.
We might get to that at some point because it would be kind of cool just to get through it. But this is where they get the pillory engram when they kind of explore. They find this thing, which is like a special type of an engram. We know now about the pillory stuff also from Soteria. It was like a system to kind of split.
Prison for war minds.
Yes. It's a prison for war minds. Basically, like to split them into pieces so that they can't like really, so they can't like do something insubordinate. Essentially, Clovis was an asshole, but it's kind of like a failsafe essentially. And Anna found one of those pillory engrams, and she took it just in case, and it proved useful here because it was specifically made for the Warmind. So Jinju managed to kind of I don't even know like how she managed to like with light, attaching strings of light.
It's the same way Ghost like reads stuff, like reads into technology.
Yeah.
Like,
Jinju used
sort of like hacked his shit out of there.
Yeah. She basically saved as much of Rasputin as she could, and they managed to transfer him into the pillory engram, which is why he survived at all in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, like he'll go insane. I can't because like the pillory engram is meant to be like as a prison for them, so it's not exactly the best and most comfy option. But they had nothing else. So Jinju managed to save Ras, and they put him into an engram, and at least he was saved. Obviously, we know from Seraph that it wasn't like him, like it wasn't his full thing.
Yeah. But it was as much of him as possible because it took the whole structure for him.
Yes. It took everything.
Like that whole installation on Mars was Rasputin.
Yeah. And also very interesting because the pyramid came to Io, and Rasputin was on Mars. So I mean, obviously it came to Mars as well, but like he was specifically trying to fight off the pyramid of Io, and the pyramids were like, nope, that's our guy. You're stop. So he got shut down. Either way, Raz got put in gay baby jail, literally. Literally, Anna put him in the gay baby jail. We'll see later. There's like a cute little the way he interacted with her through the engram with colors. It was really it's really cool. We'll see that later. I believe I have in one of these million lore tabs that is mentioned somewhere.
It happens a lot in Legacy as well.
Yes. And so Jinju and Anna managed to put him in the engram and save him, which is why we had him in the first place, because otherwise he would have just been completely deleted here.
Yeah.
But they managed to save him, and this will continue all the way until Seraph, and we've been waiting for years and years and years for this to be continued, and we finally got it just before Lightfall, and alas, we got him for a little bit at least.
We still sort of got him.
Yeah, we do. He's a little doggy, so, and he's making a mess, so he should stop, probably.
He should stop stealing Devrim's cop.
Yes, and he should stop getting himself in trouble, because like, please, you're just a puppy. They keep caging him, like.
I know, they keep putting him in a box.
Why are you putting him in a cage? He's not done anything wrong ever in his entire life.
I mean, he has.
No.
But like.
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Of course you wouldn't.
Yeah, of course. Also, like really at the end here, like warsats are falling off defensive positions because Ras is no longer controlling them. So it's kind of like. It's like Anna is just standing on Mars and these things are just like falling out of the orbit, and it's just very sad overall because he lost control, and it's just, man, it's not good over here. But that was her first little page, and we'll see what happens later. But hers is mostly going to be about her saving Ras. This is kind of like the intro into that. Archie Bork, literally. Randall the Vandal, the final product of the Warmind. The technology must be incredible. And he can just eat a lot of candy. He's innocent aside from all the murders. Literally this. Like, I don't understand what's the problem. What's not clicking?
Yeah.
What's not clicking?
Look, he was sorry about Fellwinter and everything, you know?
Yeah,
he just panicked.
He did just panic. And also about all those people in the collapse and stuff. Like, it's... I mean, what would you do if the pyramids attacked you? Come on.
Twilight Exigent was available and he's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So that's Anna. And then we have the final guy. Unexplained. Because the others have been resolved. But then this is going to be very funny on the... Because the picture is here now. And I have the thing on. Twinsies. Okay.
You need to get like a really bad goatee.
Yeah, probably.
Like maybe one out of string or something.
String! Or like with fucking with a marker.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a second. Something is stuck. No, okay. So we, as Zavala said, we have to bring him up to speed. He just got to Celia. We have to bring him up to speed as well because he has no clue, I guess. I mean, he did have a clue, obviously, because he foresaw the pyramid coming, but never mind.
Yeah,
we've read
the Red Wall, we know.
We've read Trials and Tribulations, which ends with the pyramid arriving to Mercury before it arrived to Mercury. So, you know. So that's normal and probably fine, and probably nothing has ever been wrong here. So his text when we first arrive is funny. Brother Vance is running his fingers over his books. When you arrive, you tell him of Zavala's concern. He nods. I will attempt to divine which prophesies end time we find ourselves in. Vance traces an arsing hypotrochoid spiral on a thick piece of parchment. Osiris used obscene amounts of fractaline to power the obelisks, he says, shaking his head at the paradoxes the old warlock tempted. Now I feel this taut reality tremble and groan. It anchors countless timelines, all pulling against the chronological center, and this pyramid threatens to collapse them all. The infinite forest is the key to all of this, he says. How, I do not yet understand. Any help you could provide would be most welcome.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
None of this makes any sense. So the reason we were talking about the fractaline stuff back when we were reading...
Trials and Tribulations.
We talked about it when we read Constellations as well, but also during Trials and Tribulations. The fractaline was the thing we were using to power the obelisk and also to rebuild the Imperium Foundation, which we used to rebuild the lighthouse. And apparently this was bad for reasons that is only apparent to Vance, it seems.
Nobody else seems to understand what the deal with the fractaline is.
Yeah, but
to be completely clear.
But like Vance is uniquely, we'll see in the lore tab as well, because like he continues with this. He's uniquely like upset. Headcanons are true.
Differences of opinion.
Yeah, in which one side is wrong. We said at the same time.
Yeah.
And also, another thing that is very weird, thought reality tremble and groan. What does this mean?
What does it mean he can feel it? Like,
how can you feel the reality?
What is he talking about?
I don't know. This is why I fully believe that whatever happened in Trials and Tribulations, it did something to him. Because no one understands what he's talking about, and that will continue in every single one of his lore tabs.
Yeah.
They are incomprehensible. We have no fucking clue. Also, like, it anchors countless timelines, all pulling against the chronological center. What is a chronological center?
Like he's saying that this version of reality, and we know that there are others. We know that there are other timelines.
Yeah.
We've seen them through various things.
Yeah.
We've been to some of them.
Yeah.
So like he's not making that up.
Yeah. Which makes it like more concerning because
Because
like if he was
if he was just 100% making up bullshit, we'd be like whatever, like he's a weird cultist. But like
yeah,
there
exactly.
is some thread of like truth in this.
Yeah, and that makes it all more
Yeah.
concerning because it adds a certain layer of like, well, he's not completely insane. Like he's a little bit insane, but like he's not completely bullshitting.
Not about this.
Yes.
Like
So and like this pyramid threatens to collapse them all, the timelines. The
yeah,
pyramid
so like
threatens
is
to
he on about
collapse the timelines. But
which is why it's really concerning that we don't have Mercury back.
yeah, exactly. And we don't know why it was taken, and we don't know anything about it whatsoever. And then also the Infinite Forest is the key to all of this. Why would the Infinite Forest be the key to all of this?
Like, is the pyramid going to use the Infinite Forest?
That's the only thing I can think of, and that's obviously what he thought of because
Yeah.
of what he decides to do in the end. Because, but then again, like you had like Zavala be like, "Oh, this is not our priority. Like, fine, it's important, but it's not a priority, so it doesn't matter at all." Interestingly enough, Osiris didn't. Osiris had no plan to do anything about the Infinite Forest.
Yeah, like he's sad that the forest is gone because he feels adrift without it, but like he's not like concerned really.
Yeah. So there's no explanation for anything. I'm sure everything will be fine, clueless, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the forces of darkness, Asher does what he does because he doesn't want the forces of darkness to use the Pyramidion. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this case, it would be like, well, the most obvious like idea would be that the whatever is inside the pyramid or whatever is controlling the pyramids wants to use the forest for purposes.
Yeah, but it's specifically the way he's talking about this, like he knows what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, and also the stuff with the timelines and the fractaline.
Mm-hmm.
Like as if our donations of fractaline did this, the reality and to the timelines. Like we did that, and in a way, we did because. The way Fractaline and the Obelisk and all the weapons worked, again, this is going to be relevant for his lore tab because of why he loses his mind about the gun. Because Osiris explained it when we were back in Dawn. Osiris had one of the lines where he's like, where he said that when we, like, basically us taking guns, us like making guns with a sundial. With like different roles is canonically us taking these guns from other timelines.
Yeah.
So like
it's the same with the lantern.
Yes, and he specifically said like you might be taking this gun away from yourself in another timeline, thus dooming yourself from another timeline to die because you just yoinked a gun from your own hands.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, best not to think about it. Like, so you may just like killed your other self in another timeline, but don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. You've got a cool gun now.
Yeah, exactly. So all of those guns, so like the more guns you make, the more other timelines you've messed with, essentially. And that's the only thing I can think of that he's talking about here.
Yeah.
Like that's why the timelines are messed up because we've done so much Fractaline stuff and we've taken so many guns out of our own hands that so many of the timelines have completely collapsed, which means that other timelines then are not the one. They're not the final shape. So we're narrowing down the options, possibilities for where the final shape is going to happen, which helps the darkness, of course, the witness. Because like if we collapse other timelines, there's less shit to worry about for the witness to attempt. So yeah, I wonder how many of Else's timelines failed because we kept yoinking supplies.
Genuinely, though, yeah, like literally what's happening.
Yeah. So that's the only way I can interpret what Vance is talking about here. Like why he was. It's just weird that he's the only one who's been talking about it.
Yeah.
Like why didn't anyone else? Especially Osiris. I mean, Osiris did mention like, hey, you might be dooming other timelines, but like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it because they're not this one. Like...
Yeah, exactly. But and also like because that's why the pyramid would be like a problem here because the pyramid is here to find the end of all things, the final shape.
Mm-hmm.
So if we collapse so many timelines, there's less timelines for the Witness to try. Except we don't know about the Witness at this point. And neither does he. I mean, nobody does, so he shouldn't either. So, but again, trials and tribulations, 6 hours last time, so.
And we've not even read Vance's lore tab yet.
Yeah, it's because it needs so much intro because nothing makes any sense. And the names. I'll be especially unhinged about the next one. But he's our bird themed,
which means something in Destiny.
Yes, because birds are very much important, especially to the Lightened Traveler and stuff. Also, I don't know like why. The only reason I can think of that it's canary is because of the canary in a coal mine.
Yeah, canary
in which case
shaft,
Vance is the canary in a coal mine, as in he is the early warning system. As in, he's been the one who's been messed up by the pyramids.
Yeah.
And the darkness. And he's warning us about something. Like, he's that
they're
warning
also
system.
Yellow, but, like,
Yeah, and they're yellow, yeah. So maybe it's just that. Maybe...
that feels too, like, tenuous of a...
Yeah. I don't think it would be just like, oh, yellow, it's...
Yeah.
Especially because of because the last one also makes sense.
Yeah.
And the middle one also makes sense if you know something about ancient Rome, which I do.
You know something? Rome?
Yeah,
just one or two.
Yeah, I know just one of two things. It was on the test a few times in college. Yeah, so this is the one. We've linked this plenty of times. Someone can drop in the command as well if you want. But this is the infamous.
I'll let Lily do it.
Yeah, this is the infamous trench barrel, which is funny, but also concerning because of everything we've said before this. And yeah. Brother Vance's smile fell as the Titan entered his sanctum. The smell was unmistakable. Ancient gunpowder, burnt oil, scorched Vex fluid, the burnt tang of steel overused through 100 lifetimes. You have the perfect paradox, Vance said, his voice as steady as he could manage. He extended his hands. May I? The Titan shrugged, then dug into his pack for the shotgun. He placed it in Vance's waiting hands. He ran his fingers over the barrel and tested the weight of the stock. Ah, he said, not the original perfect paradox, is it? The Titan stood in confusion. Vance waited for a moment with his head tilted before he continued. You did not claim this weapon from the tomb of Saint 14, but instead through some fractaline-powered tesseract, yes? The Titan nodded, then stood for a long moment looking at the blind man. That sundial made it, he said finally. Vance's grip tightened on the gun. It was heavy, loaded with 8 shells. Tactical mag. Getting this one had taken some time. And how many timelines did you thoughtlessly tether to our own for this weapon? Our world now bears the strain of how many additional realities in exchange for this hollow abomination? Vance's mind swam at the thought of the infinite web that pulled on the shotgun. How much fractaline did you sacrifice for this? 400 fragments? He paused, aghast. More? It's got a trench barrel, said the Titan helpfully. Remove yourself from my sanctum, Vance said, placing the shotgun down like a dead animal. You have accelerated the end of all things, and I must update my prophecies accordingly.
It's so good.
It's funny, right? This is funny as shit because like the Titan just has no fucking clue. He keeps nodding, and like Vance can't see that.
Yeah.
He just stands there like waiting, and Vance is like trying to like get out of him. Like, how did he get the shotgun? To which like the Titan finally, oh well, the sundial made it, right? So yeah, that's not the real one.
Yeah, that sundial made it. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
He has like completely clueless. Like the Titan is completely clueless. This is my Titan for real. He's clueless about this. And meanwhile, Vance is like having a mental breakdown essentially, like here.
Yeah.
Like, he's just going through it. And we don't know why. Again. Fractaline, again, because that's what he mentioned in his like intro. Osiris used too much fractaline, and we like, well, who cares? Like, what does it matter? We have no idea. and obviously he's like, how much did you sacrifice? Like 400 fractaline is very little in comparison to how much we had to give
for the Imperium Foundation. Yeah, like it was
yeah.
like it was millions, wasn't it?
It was. I think it was up to in the billions.
Almost. Yeah.
I think I have like thousands donated. This is dramatic. Yeah, the drama is unparalleled, and like we don't
He's
understand.
So good. Like
we don't understand. We just don't understand. He's like he's losing it genuinely here, because like again so he notices, he smells it. He smells this specific like perfect paradox thing, because apparently it like has a very distinct vibe to it, I guess. And he knows about it because we brought him the original. We found the original first back in Curse at the end of the Lost Prophecies quest, and we brought it back to him. And so he checked it, and he was like, yeah, this is the real one. So this is why he knows to recognize the real one in the first place. And then he just kind of loses it. And we don't know why. Like, you have accelerated the end of all things. Which again makes me... This is why it makes me feel that he's... Like, this is why... also, okay, Finn. This is why it makes me feel like... it's something to do with the final shape. Like all the stuff that we talked about, like the timelines being messed with, and like they're like, as we're like collapsing the other timelines, we're essentially we're making it easier for the Witness to get to the final shape. Because...
Yeah, but then like, why is Vance the only one that cares about
yes, that's completely bizarre. And the only reason why he might be the only one to care about it is because he's the only one who knows about this. As in, you know, he's the canary in the coal mine. He's the one that was supposed to be our warning. But unfortunately, it's Vance, so nobody cares. Like, nobody listens to him. I mean, he didn't even tell anyone. He's just telling random people. So, but also because of possibly everything that happened in Trials and Tribulations. Like, if he's been in some way manipulated by the darkness, the fleet, the Witness, whatever, he wouldn't know. Like, instinctively would know. Which is might explain why he can feel that the realities are being... whatever there is happening to the realities. Like, how can you feel that? You can't feel that. Like, what...
Man's got an extra sense, I guess.
I guess he can feel the realities being dismantled. I don't understand. And this doesn't get explained, so good luck.
Yeah.
If anyone knows the explanation, please call me on the phone.
You're
You
asking
loved it.
for phone calls? Damn, it must be important.
Yeah, he never explains anything and then gets upset people don't understand things. He's so relatable, yeah, literally. He's like, why don't you guys know that? Oh my god, that reminds me of me when I was a kid. I was getting mad at little kids in elementary school and like even kindergarten when they didn't know things. Oh no, you've unlocked a memory. I was apparently hitting other kids because they didn't know things. Like, how were they supposed to know? I don't know. I didn't tell them, but they were supposed to know. I knew them.
Look, not to say symptoms, but symptoms.
Damn. It's super symptoms. But yeah, also like, it's very interesting that at this point it's his prophecies. Like, it's no longer Osiris's prophecies.
Yes.
It's his. Like, at this point he's the one who's the... And again, given Trials and Tribulations, that could be correct. Because in the end of Trials and Tribulations, he gets a vision. Like, it literally says he saw what was to come. Do we love the blind prophet nobody listens to? Yeah.
Yeah, like, Osiris was like, stop doing this shit, stop attaching it to me. And he was like, okay.
Yeah.
I'll do it myself.
Yeah, exactly. And given whatever happened to him...
Yeah.
I mean, the implement.
Yeah, like, hello?
Again, unexplained. And, so everything else in this lore book has been followed up on since Seraph. and this entire like Lightfall year. So Seraph,
and
Anna, Defiance, Asher, and Deep, Sloan. And this is the last bit that we have. Like, we don't even know like the start of it, right? Like, we don't even know what's going on here, let alone like, what happened after. So it just gets worse with this particular section, which is why I think that like at some point they have to explain Mercury. Like it would.
Yeah,
it would
like
make...
we're not just kind of like going, oh, we want Mercury back for like Osiris reasons. Like, no, like I need to know what's happening here.
Yeah. It would make sense because, like, again, they followed up on everything else from Arrivals and from this lore book in particular. So it would be like like it's like they reference the lore book itself constantly.
Yeah.
It would make quite a bit of sense to also follow up on this. Except I have no idea how you would follow up on this because we don't know. Like, we can't speculate how they would follow up on this.
The only thing I can possibly think is that, like, after we've done whatever we do in Final Shape, we have to deal with the fallout of that.
Yeah.
And that somehow brings Mercury back.
I'm thinking
that's
that, like,
the only thing I've got.
Once the witness...
One of the episodes. Once the witness is dealt with.
Yes,
like,
once we, I guess, kill the witness, the planets will just be released automatically.
Yeah.
Possibly. Maybe. And then we will be able to...
But we've got no idea.
Yes, and then we might be able to go to Mercury and maybe even Io to see what the hell the witness was doing there. Like, maybe... Like, because you would have to check if it had any contingency plans, if it had, like, any, like, you know, dangerous things there. It would be quite concerning to just get the planets back, like, and for them to just, like, be there, and we would have to go check. So, but again, no clue, literally clueless, and this is not even the worst.
Oh, it gets better.
It's like that.
Slash worse.
The entire Charles Simulation was like that, and the entire this is like that as well, because it's just, man. So that was the preparation. That was the first bit. The second bit is like towards the middle, like, of Arrivals. We eventually go back to Zavala and we tell him like what we learned from each one of the vendors. You bring your collected reports to Zavala. He looks them over slowly, one entry at a time. Give Sloan the time she needs to come up with her plan, he says. She's the best there is. Asher, on the other hand, his theories had better produce results. And quickly. Anna thinks some part of Rasputin survived. I hope she's right, for all our sakes. Vance's reaction is troubling. We need him clear-headed. Fanaticism is a luxury we cannot afford. Our territories are holding together, Zavala says, but attention doesn't leave his face. Continue to aid them in any way you can. Thank you, he says, and turns back to the traveler. So this is after we get the first section, the first bits of them. This is Zavala's reaction, and he's like, I trust Sloan. She's the best. No notes. Asher. I hope it works out for him. Anna is like, with Anna is really interesting that like, I hope she's right for all our sakes as well, because at this point Zavala is kind of chill with Rasputin because of what Rasputin did with the Almighty. Yeah, and then with Vance, it's just.
Just like whatever the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Just tell him to come over here. Also, like, we need him clear-headed. I don't think that's happening, bestie. I don't think that one is happening. Also, it's interesting because, like, fanaticism, like, you would expect him to be a fanatic for Osiris at this point, but, like, he's completely, like...
He's just crackers about, yeah.
He's not even, like, it's not even about Osiris anymore. It's just, he's completely... He's losing it. Like, more so than before, so. And then he's kind of like, well, hopefully we can, you know, we continue to aid them, and hopefully this will be solved, like, in some reasonable way. And he's very, you know, thank you, and turns to the Traveler, because I think he still, like, hoped the Traveler would do something. And it does, but, like...
Just not what he wants it to.
Yeah. To be fair, has Vance ever been clear-headed? I don't think so.
Oh, absolutely not.
I don't think. I mean, maybe when he was like 5. Who knows? But not here. Doubt. Yeah, I mean, we've seen what I've been doing when I was 5. Hitting kids because they didn't know things. Help. Help those kids.
I don't know if there is any help, to be honest.
Why didn't the kids know things? I knew things. Incredible. The logic of a kid is insane. That's the first part. The second part is when it actually, like, when they decide, all right, it is time. We need to leave. Zavala looks over the city, preparing for battle across our four fronts. We're spread too thin, he says quietly. As of now, our plan changes from preparation to evacuation. He takes a measured breath. For a moment, he looks old. Sloane asked whether we could spare a Vanguard ship to relocate important cargo. Coming from her, that's a full-on distress call. Head to Titan, help her tie up loose ends, and bring her home. I have also been in contact with Asher Mir on Io. He insists the data he's gathering is too important to abandon. Of course, his phrasing was a bit more colorful.
I would love to know what he called Zavala.
Same. Thank you, Guardian, he says reflexively. It's clear his mind is far away. I have a lot of feelings about Zavala.
Yeah.
And all of them are just me crying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vance is so interesting because he's such an unreliable narrator. Clearly he's onto something important, but he's so convinced of his self-importance, it's hard to know what's genuine and what's a heroic narrative. Yeah, he's built up in his own head. Yeah, literally. So, like, he 100% knew something.
Yeah.
He just didn't...
But, like, it's so dressed up in whatever he's got.
Yeah.
Like, I'm the only one who knows this. It's like, well, maybe you should tell me more.
Yeah. Let Asher say fuck. Literally. It's we'll probably get more into that, but, like, yeah, it's just, man. And also because, like, of the way people react to Vance in particular. Like, nobody takes him seriously in the first place. So, like, who is he going to say? Who's going to tell? Yeah. Right? Like, who's going to...
And, like, it's a bit Boy Who Cried Wolf, right? Because part of the reason nobody takes him seriously is because he's always talking shit.
Yeah.
And, like, up until this point, the shit has been, like, oh, the Great Osiris.
Yeah, it's just been inconsequential, essentially.
Yeah.
And now that it's actually possibly very important for someone to know about whatever fuck is going on Mercury, he's like no longer normal, if he ever was. So it's Cry Wolf him. Yeah. Literally. And this is why we have no idea, and also because, like, we just don't know, and hopefully we'll find out eventually, because it would be really, really cool to find, like, to get the like, a full conclusion,
to get the closure on it.
Yeah, the closure on all of the vendors and all of the planets and all of the entirety of arrivals.
Yeah, like, I was genuinely surprised when we got Witch, and I was too. Like,
yeah, I was
like we got the trailer for Witch, and I was like, this is fucking incredible. But also, where's Vance?
Yeah, and where's Merc? Because of how in line it all was. Yeah, like, it was Seraph, Defiance, Deep, Anna, Asher, Sloane, and then in Deep there was also the hints, for Fiora returned and stuff. Yeah. And I was like, so that's preparation for explaining Mercury in the either next season or the season after that, and it hasn't happened. So now it's kind of like, okay, why are they cooking? What are they cooking? So, but it must be something after the final ship, something like to the Vex, most likely.
Yeah.
So,
which would make the most sense.
It will make the most sense if it's explained at all, which it'll be really weird.
It'll be odd. But, like,
it'll be odd, but it is possible that they're gonna kind of, like, that might be some kind of a mystery that is never solved. Like, Mercury just never returned, and we will never know what happened, which is also interesting in its own way. But evacuation. Okay, we go to Asher. And this is his first thing. As relays Zavala's message to Asher, he grins dryly. He values my safety over documenting galaxy-saving knowledge. How noble, he says, and waves away Zavala's concern. If that is all that bureaucrat had to say, there are several tasks requiring your attention. Ikora told me of an unusual Taken activity nearby, but I did not make it a priority. You must correct that oversight. In addition, an altered Taken roams the nearby caves. Fetch a sample so that I may probe it for dark influence. Most importantly, venture into the Pyramidion and search for scan evidence. I believe the dark ships came here for the same reason as I. The scientist raises an eyebrow. Paracausal as they may be, perhaps they are not beyond scientific curiosity.
I'm not sure that's why, Asher, but
Not sure that's why. But you know, he does this. This is like our information, like info, what the pyramids might want on Io, and also what Asher thinks they want on Io. So why Asher is focused on the Pyramidion, and why he wants us to investigate the Pyramidion in particular. I'm not sure how, like, where the page is in this case. But basically, this was just a quest on how, on like, just do errands on the planet essentially. And I think, yeah, so we do the first set of errands. We return for the next. So each one has three extra lines, three extra like quests or quest steps. So the next one would be Asher takes your data and enters it into his terminal with inhuman speed. The console emits a mechanical hum, then an incongruously cheerful chime. Novel stimulus yields novel data, he cries, and his metallic arm spasms in agreement. As he studies the readout, an inscrutable expression twists his face. The pattern of interference paired with the taken behavior observed in the festering core, something is studying the Vex. He looks toward the distant pyramid. There's a chess game being played here, and someone doesn't want us to see who wins. Continue your patrols, he says, waving you away. I'll send word for if I have more time to dedicate to your mentorship. He's so pissy.
He's so fucking busy.
He's so pissy. It's incredible. But, you know, something is studying the Vex. Which is what was happening. With the, like, why the pyramid was, most likely why the pyramid was there, to study the Vex. Which again makes it questionable why it was also on Mercury, because it can study the Vex on Io. Why is it studying the Vex on Mercury, if at all? So questions. Also, Festering Core mentioned the strike that was in the game for the least amount of time. It was not a very good strike, but it was cool. I mean, it will be cool to play. I know that people are like, oh my god, Festering Core, my favorite. And like, was it really? Like, it was fine, but yeah, I liked it as well. There were some sections that were really cool, and Eris would show up and speak and stuff, so it was nice. It was fairly short though, and kind of like, you know, it was. I would play it again. I would want them to return all the old strikes. Like, they don't have to explain them; they can just return them. I think, yeah, we can read the first two and then read the page, because the page kind of like reflects that. Let me turn these off so I know where we are. Okay. That's for you. Your Asher.
Sorry, I've been doodling Jinju while I've been talking because I need something to do on my hands.
Jinju.
Yeah.
Prediction. Interesting.
There we go. Let's find the right page.
Oh, you have the physical.
Yeah. That's what I've been doodling in.
Yeah.
Asher Mir cursed his way across Io. As he picked his way across the rocky outcrops, he cursed the loose soil underfoot, cursed his oversized pack, cursed the roving taken, cursed the kick of his silicon neuroma rifle against his shoulder. He looked up at the pyramid, funneling its foul energies down into the cradle, and sneered. Well read as he was, he didn't have the energy to arrange the required words. It was late during what passed for night on Io, and while Asher was tired, he hiked on diligently. He stopped only once, briefly, to study a snail whose shell was growing tiny clusters of crystal and black obelisks. He crept down through the cavernous spaces beneath the cradle. Unfamiliar roots protruded from the earthen walls. He calmly observed the pattern of a twitching shrieker, and his calculated ricochet sent a band of taken roaring down the wrong pathway. He passed unmolested. Eris was in her meager camp near the twisted roots of the enormous tree. She knelt near a beam of light coming from far above, which filtered through the pith of the tree to strike an unnatural splash of cambium petals. Asher noticed the smells of sap and burnt cooking oil. She said she was pleased to see him, though when she sought to clarify the cadence of his supply drops, he felt she might be put off by the unexpected visit. I can words. As he unpacked what he had brought her, she explained the tree, the messages, the whispers. The thrilling struggle to glimpse the face of the unknown, even if that unknown may be trying to kill you. She was smiling as she spoke. Asher understood exactly what she meant. He rested by the fire. Nearby was a small table that held samples of hive chitin, clippings from the tree, ashy soil, and an open notebook that Asher saw was a personal journal, which he quickly flipped shut with distaste. He reached again into his pack. He brought forth a bottle of fine golden spirits, from when some towering ignoramus misunderstood his request for isopropyl alcohol, and placed it on the table. He had brought 2 clean glasses, nestled ridiculously in the boxy shipping case of a large graduated cylinder. He removed one and placed it gently next to the bottle. Asher coughed, replaced his boots, and then stood and shouldered his pack. "You have things taken care of, yes?" he said to Egress. "Certainly," she said, intent on the beam of swirling light. He shifted and made a little noise in his throat. "I need to know that things will be taken care of," he said clearly. Egress looked over and considered the man standing across from her. "To the best of my ability," she finally said. Asher nodded and began his long walk back.
Yeah, Lily. This one makes me emotional.
This one wrecks me.
Yeah.
This is Asher saying goodbye.
Yeah. Asher and Eris are peak autism besties.
They are very close.
They are very, very close, and they genuinely like talk like this always. Like they kind of they have this like very specific kind of bond which looks like really odd to other people, but to them this is just how they communicate.
Yeah.
And there's others. There's like the one with Dawning, where Ava is basically forcing them to give each other gifts, and they don't understand.
It's really good.
Like the custom to give someone a gift. It's incredibly good.
They're like, what's the point?
Yeah, they're like literally what like you know, the other person knows that I care about them. Like, why should I be like doing some kind of silly rules and customs and norms? Like they don't get it, and they're like this.
Like
in general.
The shit that they send each other is really good.
Yeah, they're really, really good. They're incredible. But yes, this is Asher going to her, and essentially, saying goodbye, because they both know what he's gonna do. And Eris, I mean, he must have told her, because when he asks you have things taken care of, he's not thinking about the tree. He's thinking about like if she has taken care of like all the things that he requested in the event of his death. Or conversion or whatever is going to happen to him when he goes away. Yeah, peak autism. Why are we doing this social ritual? Literally, Hive Darkness, autism and Vex autism friendship. Yeah, it's just they are really, really good, and he takes the time to go to her, which kind of explains that he is like, despite all of that, he cares, and because he didn't have to go to personally see her, but he does because this is the goodbye. Belle and Finn core. Yeah.
Genuinely, yeah.
Darkness autism and Vex autism.
Yeah.
It's just, man, it makes me insane, this page. Like, there's not much going on here. Though I do like some of the details. Like, he stops only once to study a snail whose shell was growing tiny crystalline black obelisks. That sounds really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the image of like him hiking through Io and like stand like takes like a brief pause, but like to study a snail. It's just, man. And
the drink also gets referenced in is it Singular Exegete?
I believe so. It must be, yeah, because that's the.
Because Eris is like, I'm trying to find the.
For the bottle of fine golden spirits from when some towering ignoramus misunderstood his request for isopropyl alcohol. He's just, man, he's just like this, and he's incredible. And
but yeah, this is him saying goodbye. Like, and Eris knows that. Yeah,
she knows,
because when he double checks,
yeah,
and she like stops and like turns around and is like,
to the best of my ability.
Basically, like, I'll do what I can.
Yeah, and this is also like the autism bond, like, because she cannot promise. She has to be like specific. Like, I will do my best, but like I can't promise you that everything will be as you wish. But like that's what he wants to hear.
Yeah.
Essentially. So he got there basically for this like one very, very tiny conversation but it was to say goodbye, and he wanted to be there personally.
And like he walked all the way there to do that.
Orpheus would absolutely be the one who was like, I don't know what the fuck he means, so I'm gonna get whiskey. Yeah. Also, this was also funny. Open notebook. When he saw that it was a personal journal, and he flips it shut like, with this taste.
Yeah. He's like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's just.
And like the personal journal is singular exegete, like.
Yes, it's the things that she was sending us.
Yeah, because like. That one is a written document.
Yeah.
That like she's like scored lines through, and like the way that she's written changes depending on how she feels about things.
Yeah. And so he's like, wow, she's having emotions. I can't with this.
Yeah. So if you've read it but don't remember what the thing is, that's the one where she's cooking. It's like talking about the wok and the pineapple all the way through it.
Mm-hmm. And let's mention
it's
here,
not what it's about, but it's really important.
Yeah. When he mentions that it's burnt cooking oil, he's there as well.
Yeah. Who would we become if we were all like Egress Morn? Man.
Yeah. Eris is just their friendships mean like, what in the hell?
Breath.
Oh, hey. Hello. Eris and Asher friendship means the world to me. They're so good. Also, welcome.
Where are we at? What chapter are we on?
We have just read the second Asher chapter.
I slept for 2 hours.
Listen.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It was 6 hours last week. Come
on. We'll be fine. And that's basically that's that on. That's the second thing, which we might as well read the final one, because technically, like, there's one more chapter, obviously, but that's after we leave. So this is the final interaction we have with him.
Yeah, do you want me to? Or are you gonna do that one?
You can do it.
The title on this one's interesting as well.
Yeah, I know that I googled it at one point, but I forgot what it is. Asher tends to have these sort of things.
Science, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We've been busy at autism, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Egress needs to save him so they can be friends again, yeah. Asher Mir.
Man.
Okay,
yeah. Asher studies the dates you brought him. I finally see, he says. If the darkness claims the Pyramidion, it will dissect it for study, unfold its innumerable dimensions, wade through its multitudinous seas radiozoic, peer through its crackling warp gates leading toward millions of new realities. Ash's voice drops low and quiet. I will not allow it. If something steps out of that ship and descends down the pulsing electric corridors of the Pyramidion through the infinite swirling cancer dust of its interior, they will find me in its heart, on the shores of my Radiolarian lake. Ash's arm emits a steady mechanical thrum, and I will be ready for them. As a reward, you get silicon neuroma, which, like, lying on the floor and crying.
Yeah, that's his gun. That's his gun, which he mentioned, like, in the other tab, and he gives you his weapon, essentially.
Okay, so some background. Fleischmann Eisheim, she was a scientist from 1899.
Mm-hmm.
And she is considered the X-ray pioneer. She is also the first woman to die as a result of an X-ray radiation exposure.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna get there after the thing, but yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because he's a victim of his own experimentation, right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
So he's basically this is his decision to end it on his own terms, and to try and help us on the way, because like there is no way for him to be saved. So like he knows that it's again a terminal illness thing, and this is a way for him to do something before he gets completely converted by the Vex at some like other point in time that he won't be able to control. This is a way for him to control that.
Yeah.
So he decides.
And an axiom is like it's a starting point for like in logic, it's a starting point or a premise for like a principle or like some reasoning that you're going to do. So like, this is him basically being like, yeah, this is my premise. This is the statement that I am making that is true.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah.
And that's the last time we talk to him. And obviously there's going to be one more page, but that's after, all of the last pages are like after we leave the final time.
Yeah.
So this is the end of the quest. And you get a weapon associated with the planet. And this was the Pyramidian's weapon. RNG, completely RNG if you play Pyramidian. In year 1, literally the whole year we played, I was the only one to get it once. And I remember because Milo was always like, why do you have that? And I was like, I don't know why I have that. And then we finally later realized that was an RNG drop from the Pyramidian Strike. From Nightfall specifically. I had to play a Nightfall version. And I had that and nobody else did. And I was like, I don't even know why I have this, but I like it. It's my heavy weapon because it was a heavy weapon in year 1. And I was using it a lot. It was a really good sniper. I think it still is. But now it's primary, so I have Wither Horde there. But yeah, this is where he decides he's gonna go into the Pyramidian and he's gonna be on the shores of his Radiolarian Lake, which is indeed not a metaphor, as we've seen in Avalon.
Yeah, and Silicon Neuron was also the one with the lore tab on it, where like it explains what happened to him.
Yes. And yeah, so if something steps out of the ship in the sense, so like he expects that something is going to come out and go into the Pyramidian, which is, again, we don't know what's going to happen to the planets, but this is what he suspects it might be. Like something is going to get out of there and get into the Pyramidian to study the Vex, essentially. You know, if the Darkness claims the Pyramidian, it will dissect it for study. And essentially, I mean, it would have done so, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Silicon Aroma is... the entry is about what happened to him.
Like, it is specifically about the moment that his fire team die and his ghost gets gone.
Yeah, and the 2 other hunters are... they're not doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a pain. Yeah, a tentacle grabs his ghost.
Tentacle, Vex tentacle.
Man.
They do have them.
Yeah, they do. Some of them
and they talk about them in...
tongues.
Yes, and they talk about them in Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, they do. So everything always is back to... Help me.
I think you're beyond help, to be honest.
I know. Yeah. Ariel. Huge if true. So that was Asher, and we still have 1 Asher to go, but that is going to be at the end. So next is Sloan.
You're back.
Okay. Next is Sloan. And again, it's the same thing. So we go to Titan. You're back. Sloan says, I've been sending supplies to Zavala, but I'm not finished here, not yet. The Hive's preparing a massive ritual beneath your ecology. Get in there and stop them. They want us to back off, which means we push harder. There's also activity on the surface. Some kind of Hive treasurer has been dredging up Golden Age tech, and I've been letting it. She raises a hand to quiet your protests. They've been looking for something specific, and they finally found it. You just have to go pick it up. So this is going to be revealed, but it's that suit that she was in for the entirety of her stay on Titan. And then the second one is just good work out there. Sloan tells you, I'll put together a plan. In the meantime, you just keep sending those Hive back through their portals in little pieces. She falls silent, lost for a moment in the shadow of the pyramid. She looks out over Titan's tumultuous seas, her jaw set, her mouth a hard line. You nod. Sloan nods back. It's enough. I hate when they use this, but they use the enough thing all the time. And yeah, the real trial is escaping that lore book, apparently. Yeah, literally. So that's the quest part. There's also the final quest part, but we'll leave that as we did Asher after the lore page. I was reading Sloan. If you want Raph, you can, since you've been away.
I need a little more time to wake up fully.
Of course. I understand. It's very early again for you. So, Sloan, Wavebreaker. Deputy Commander Sloan was in a foul mood, and Amanda Holliday, bless her heart, had no idea. Titan's waves crashed relentlessly against the massive support struts of Siren's Watch. Were things different, a crew would be down there right now, swinging between the mammoth legs, working to repair and stabilize. But things weren't different. You can throw together a box girder and reinforce it, no problem, Amanda said. You can. I can't, said Sloan. While she had built a few walls, Amanda had an enviable engineering background to fall back on, though it seemed she wasn't much of a teacher. Amanda's hologram slurped ramen. How long do you need it to last for? Long enough to get it out of my mind, said Sloan. Since it started wobbling, I haven't even had time to worry about the pyramid. Small favors, chirped Amanda. Sloan ran a hand through her coarse hair. Come on, Amanda groaned. You're sitting on a mess of Golden Age technology on Titan. There's gotta be an engram with a bridge inside it. Sloan stared flatly. That might actually be true, but Sloan didn't have time to hunt for those lost technologies. Make a wave breaker, then. Tetrapods bolted against the strut, or better yet, something out in the sea to break the wave early. If you can't take it when it hits you, you go out and hit it before it gets started. Like this. Amanda leaned forward and did something in her ramen bowl that Sloan obviously couldn't see. You're not looking, Amanda said, and tilted her bowl forward just enough to spill broth over her desk. She cried out with laughter. I'm hanging up now, said Sloan, and after a cheery wave at Amanda's melodramatic pout, she did. The hologram faded out, leaving Sloan in the dark. She stayed there for a long time. yeah, one of my favorite Amanda. Yeah, this is so good for Amanda. Also, this too is Yuri, I think. 100%. Like, there's no other explanation for this. But this one is exceptionally sad now because of everything that's happened with Amanda. Yeah, I'm glad Lily agrees. But just like a little background, but Amanda and Sloan were very close. They were big, like they were huge friends, as you can see from this in the first place. So Amanda wasn't just like helping with some repairs. So they're like actual friends and talk in like a very friendly way. They were really close. Like they were really, yeah, they were really close. And unfortunately, Sloan did not return in time to, before Amanda died. So that's normal. And Sloan was also normal about that. And as a matter of fact, in Deep, it was Aisha and Shayura who went to Titan personally to tell Sloan about Amanda. Because Sloan was also close with Aisha and Shayura and Reed. And also to tell her about Reed as well. So that's totally fine and normal. Like Sloan finally comes back out of being in the Titan anomaly for 3 years. And it's like, hey, Reed died. Hey, Amanda died. It's kind of, man. Pyrrhic Fire Team makes me so... Yeah, literally, they're just insane. It like their whole story is just like incredible. And they were very, very close with Sloan. As a matter of fact, as we talked about it last time, actually, because we had to mention Shayura stuff. But Shayura's like spiral, like mental health spiral, started because of Sloan's decision to stay on Titan, because they were very, very close. And when Sloan decided that, Shayura couldn't handle it. Like she could not handle that as a thing that's happening. And that's what started her whole mental health issues. Like even more so than before. Like that was like kind of the trigger for everything. So that's okay and fine and normal. And that's basically like, this is just kind of like a little bit of kind of down in the same way that Asher went to he went to visit Eris. This is Sloane's like little final kind of interaction with someone that she cares about quite a lot, which is Amanda in this case. Which is why it's like, this is 100% Yuri. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. It's really, really silly and kind of bittersweet because you know what's going to happen. So, but like this whole thing with Amanda like trying to explain and then like angling the bowl and it just like spilling over her desk and laughing is just, man. And then of course Sloane hangs up because she's very upset, not about Amanda obviously, but because of other things. And you know, hologram faded out and leaving Sloane in the dark. She stayed there for a long time. What if we all cried so hard? Man. And then after that, it's her little final thingy. The will of a Titan. Because, of course. Man, Titans make me insane. Sloane takes the recovered tech and listens to your report. Savathun, she repeats, so it's worse than I thought. I was able to do a little research on this tech. Pieces of survival gear from the Golden Age, and they're just my size. When that ship decides to land, I'll be here to deal with whatever walks out of it. The resolute look in Sloane's eyes stops you from speaking. When it all started, me, Zavala, Shax, we didn't build the wall. We were the wall. The unbreakable woman's voice is unexpectedly soft. I told Zavala once, I was there for the beginning, and I'll be there for the end. She smiles, her crow's feet crinkle. It's not the end yet. What if we all cried again? Man. So this is about the piece of tech that they find is that suit that she's gonna put on in the final page, and that's basically her decision. Like she will take that piece of suit, like it's a super advanced like basically battle suit that she will use to stay on Titan and be there to deal with whatever walks out of the pyramid. So that's her decision. Her decision is to stay and to fight back. Yeah, girl, help! I'm so fucking sad. Yeah. She takes like a Titan's choice, which it makes sense. She's a Titan and she's one of the Titans. But it doesn't mean that we have to be happy about it. It's just, yeah. Her decision is essentially like, I'll stay here and I'll fight whatever is in there. And also like, it's not just for the fight itself. It's that it's because of she thinks of it like she's defending the position. You know, she is the wall here. So that's why she's staying. It's not just like to beat someone up. It's also to basically keep Titan as like in control of us instead of like it being conquered by whatever is in the pyramid ships. Because at this point, again, we think like everyone thinks that like there's going to be some kind of a battle. So, Bell, when you're finished with this little book, if you have the time, they dropped a profile of Oryx in the Twid like they did for last week's. Oh. Interesting. I am interested because of little bits and pieces about Oryx's body we learned from Ghosts of the Deep. Namely, that is just like some similarities with the energies of the Veil. I need to know. I need to know about that. We are halfway done, or over halfway done, I think, at this point. Kind of, yeah, we're halfway there. So we'll get to it. The Twid. So that's Zavala. So that's Sloane. And after Sloane, we go back to Zavala for the next part of the quest, which is kind of like a midway point between all of this. And then after, yeah, so after it'll be Anna. So we'll prepare that. And so after we deal with Asher and Sloane, and after they tell us that they're not coming, we go back to Zavala. How are the evacuations proceeding? The commander doesn't wait for an answer, as though he already knows. He speaks with single-minded purpose. On Mars, Anna Bray believes she can salvage part of Rasputin. I hope she's right. Help her, then get her off-world safely. I've also received strange messages from Vance about being drawn to the infinite forest. This isn't the time for a pilgrimage. Bring him back to the tower. Help them understand. Help them all understand, Zavala says and sets his jaw. We don't leave people behind.
Wow.
Yeah. So after he gets the message that Asher and Sloane are not coming with us, as though he already knows. He doesn't make any comment. But he's kind of like, okay, there's 2 more. Maybe we can get them out of maybe we can save them, like those 2. So like with Anna, obviously he continues being like, well, she believes she can save Rasputin, and then help her save him and help her get off worlds. And obviously, again, whatever the fuck is going on with Vance, he doesn't fucking understand. Nobody understands. But Zavala is like,
Vance is just straight up like, I'm going on a pilgrimage. I'm being drawn to the infinite. Like, hello.
Yeah. Again,
being drawn to the infinite forest.
Yeah, one of those things that, like, again, completely unexplained. What does this mean? Like, I've received, like, so at this point, it's not even like Vance giving us the messages. It's him sending messages
like waffling at Zavala.
Yeah, like, because I assume that Zavala was sending like evacuation orders to everybody, including him. Like probably some kind of like
get you people out of there.
Yeah, like hello, get out of the fucking planet. Like we don't because at this point we don't know when whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. So like they want to like kind of hurry up to make sure that no one is gonna be there when, like, I don't know, the pyramids open up or the pyramids are like using orbital strikes or whatever. So, Lily, this is the quest that gives us the exotic travelers chosen. Our first weapon in the Red War, for those who don't know. It makes me so emotional. Yeah, except in this case it's like reforged and it's an exotic. And it's a pretty good sidearm.
Is that a hint?
Yeah,
reforged? A hint?
That might be a hint. Who knows? But yeah, strange messages from Vance. Like, Zavala waking up in the morning and there's like notifications on his phone from Vance. And it's like, I'm being drawn to the infinite forest. What does that mean? Please explain, business. It's just... why?
Like, specifically being drawn to the infinite forest. Because that's not language that Zavala would use to, like...
Yes. That's just him reading out the message, essentially.
There's something about him being pulled there.
Yeah, and it makes sense with
influenced.
With the other stuff. This is why we've been reading the quest line as well, because there's a lot of like an extra information in there.
Yeah.
Because in the quest line he said the infinite forest is the key to all of this, but like he just didn't know how or why. But he feels like it is the key. I mean, he feels the realities being destroyed or whatever. So I don't know. But this is like the midpoint, and Zavala is like very, very, like, he's begging at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because it started with him being kind of like, oh yeah, we're gonna beat the fist, we're gonna beat them up, and then later he's gonna be like, well, actually, you know what? Let's just get people out of there. And now it's, please help them understand, we don't leave people behind. And it doesn't work. Well, it works for Anna, but like not because Zavala's begging. So. Anna, physics. Does Raf want? Is Raf woken up?
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we can give Raf one to read. Anna physics.
Physics. Okay.
Oh yeah, this is the one with the. Yeah, I get it.
Yep. Yep, that one.
There it is. Okay. Zavala set down 2 glasses. He watched as Anna's face, as he poured velvet-looking liquor and filled them. Her eyes were focused on the grains of his desk, on how to... Wow. Okay. Off to a great start. Yep. Her eyes were focused on the grains of his desk. How to the unobservant, they would fade into the greater canvas of wood, indistinguishable from each other. The traveler hung behind him, buried in a darkening cloud, apart of and apart from the sky. I can't believe we lost, she said. We are not lost. Zavala pushed the glass toward Anna. I froze. We still don't even know if we saved anything, she said. It's not so easy to act in the face of defeat. The prospect of a future is something we have to keep in mind. Anna glared at Zavala. Nothing we do is supposed to be easy. Isn't that the point? This was a stress test, and I buckled. Faith, Anna. You reminded me that we wrap ourselves in the doubts of past failures. Without you, the city would be ash and rubble, more than once. Anna scooped the glass into her hand. She smelled the liquor, winced, and placed it back on the table. You believed in me. Rasputin was my job. Yes, and he still is. A job for the future, Zavala said and sipped his drink. Now we have a new job. Eris needs our support. Tell me everything isn't over. When Cade passed, I saw the fracturing of the Vanguard as a path toward inevitable failure. Still, it has proved impossible to fill his seat. I believed I would be too weak to lead without the balance added by his unique perspective. As it turns out, his life was but one in an eternity of choices. Zavala, I don't want... Relax. I'm not offering you the job. Unless you killed Cade and we've had the wrong man this whole time. If I did, would you forgive me? I'd understand, he said and smiled. Ikora told me back then that an object in motion stays in motion. I've always admired the phrase, but I must admit it can be difficult to adhere to. Anna shook her head. That's just physics. A fundamental aspect of life. He watched Anna's mood lighten as she considered his words. We find the footholds we can, and make the best step given the ground we have before us. Anna nodded. Whatever happened to Cade's chicken? Zavala sighed. I believe Saint has anointed it as some sort of pigeon lord. Anna's locked jaw melted into a smile. Life does not wait for us, no matter how long we live it. Drink your drink, Zavala chuckled, his glass to his face, before the Lord of Pigeons summons us to attack the pyramids.
Pigeon Lord.
Have I ever mentioned that I love Saint 14?
I think you mentioned it at least once, but I'm not sure.
Once or twice.
Yeah, maybe once or twice. Yeah.
A few times.
Man, there's so many good character things in this.
Yeah. Also, note as well that Anna also has her middle page is her talking to someone who with a friend who cares. So we had Asher and Eris, you had Sloane and Amanda, and now you have Anna and Zavala, kind of just having this conversation.
Sloane and Amanda are in friends with big quotations, right?
Yeah. We were going off about how it is that is Yuri. So don't worry about it. We covered that one.
Yeah. I was like, no, but food arrived, so I had to go. And sort it out.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, this is just them kind of having a heart to heart.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Anna is very upset about all the stuff with Rasputin. And interesting enough, Zavala is the one comforting her.
Because he feels like he has to. Is a big part of it.
Yes.
He is very uncertain in himself, but he has to be the big titan with putting up the front of everything will be okay, because that's his job.
And at this point, he's chill with Rasputin.
Mm-hmm.
Without you, the city would be ash and rubble more than once. Man. And also he's Zavala's uncertainties about how the Vanguard was struggling after Cade.
Mm-hmm.
It's very... Zavala's very open here with her. Very emotionally.
He doesn't do this very often.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's very much not like this overall, in general.
I think a big part of it as well is that Anna has been away for so long.
Yeah.
But he feels like she's not someone who he has to protect in the same kind of way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Also the whole thing as well. I don't want
the whole thing about Cade. Yeah.
It's no, I'm not offering you the job this time. It's fine. You're good. She really doesn't want to be the Vanguard. She just genuinely is
Does any hunter?
No, I mean Crow. Crow is the only one who's been
Crow's
interested.
like, someone's got to.
Yeah, yeah. And he's kind of like, he wants to help, so it's one of the reasons why. But a hunter, yeah, none of them want this. So, and Anna has been
funny because like
clear.
Yeah. Osiris is like, why aren't you doing the thing? You should be doing the thing. Like, you're someone who they look up to, and
yeah, you have the experience. Like, you're famous. Like, you're you're known. You're like, you're connected and stuff. And she's like, oh my god.
And she's
grandpa.
like, no, shut up. I'm busy. Fuck off about the tones.
Literally, it's so funny. They just keep going to Anna and be like, hey, why are you in the Vanguard? She's like, shh. Never mind. Let's stop talking for a while.
Yeah. Everything will be okay, because if it isn't, then oh god. Yeah, exactly. Like,
yes. Yes.
And like, it's kind of like with the speaker, right? Like, not wanting to prophesy doom because it will panic people.
Yeah, it will panic people, and it will not be good for anyone involved.
Yeah.
Robot autism to attend to, yeah. And then, of course, the ending is just kind of like them having a little bit of a joke, and it's incredibly funny.
Yeah.
Because we will later see Pigeon Lord, Colonel, trading new lights with Shaw and Saint, which is one of the funniest one of the funniest
like,
tabs.
There's a voice line about it's your turn to look after the Pigeon Lord today, kind of.
That was for Osiris.
Yeah, Osiris is babysitting.
Yeah, that was Anna telling Osiris. I think that was in Seraph.
Yeah.
Anna telling Osiris that it's his time to look after Colonel, the Pigeon Lord. Just man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lord of Pigeons summons us to attack the pyramids. Man.
And also, like, Zavala, like, drinking as well.
Yeah.
And, like, actually relaxing for the first time in
and like,
a very long time.
Anna refuses at first.
Yeah, well, partly because she pulls her face at how strong it is.
Yeah, she's like, nope, and then, but he's, like, very chill, which, again, very rare,
how much
especially...
of that is the front, and...
Especially in this situation that we are in, because, like, at this point in Arrivals, he was not having a good time.
He was losing it. Like, he knows exactly how many people have died. Like,
yes.
Like, not a number that he has to look up, he knows.
Yeah. And he has to, like, read reports of people telling him we're not leaving planets. So,
like, Anna leaving is a huge, like...
Yeah.
Oh, thank fuck. Like, she's actually going, like, at least one
we can also read, like, because we can, like, read all three of hers. Yeah. So, like, when we get to her, it's just, I'm glad Zavala sent you back down. Anna says and smiles. He's been asking after Red. It's sweet. Here's what I've learned. When he was attacked, Rasputin pushed some of his signal back along the comms relay. He'd been disguised as something benign. We need to find it. So that's, like, on Mars. That's why we had to do, like, stuff on Mars for her. We can also help the Vanguard. Mars Hive are using a ritual to strengthen Savathun and disrupt it. And while you have your weapon drawn, she gestures out of the window where towers jut from Crimson Dunes. Enact escalation protocol. Attract Hive. All the Hive you can, and do what you do. She takes a breath. He's still out there, she says. We're both counting on you. So we were basically on Mars, kind of figuring out where Rasputin, like, put some of his signal stuff to, like, basically put him all into the engram and take him out of Mars before whatever is going to happens. And then next was Anna's working desperately at her console. On the screen, a single orange line grows weakly. Big Red was too clever for it, she says. I've detected a part of his signal cycling through the buffer. The problem is, I don't know how to get it out. Not much can safely hold a war mind. She picks up a fragment of Rasputin's shattered shell from her desk and rubs her thumb over its silver traces. You hear the muted thud of Cabal drop pods outside. Anna looks toward the sound warily. I need to figure this out. In the meantime, could you ask the neighbors to keep it down? She gives you a grateful nod and turns back to her console. Shades of red. So again, this is like the midpoint kind of the quest, where you kind of keep doing the stuff on the planet. And then at the end, force reboot. Anna asks you to wait. I have to do some brain surgery with a soldering iron, she says. Soon, she pushes back from her desk. Blocky black chunks of metal and exposed wiring wreath a small, cracked view screen. Her voice is hushed, as if a child were sleeping. There wasn't as much left as I had hoped, a fraction of a percent, but it's him. She carefully lifts the frame. He's light, she says in surprise. Then louder, you in there, Red? The screen flickers soft orange. Anna beams as she turns to you. Let Zavala know I'll bring Rasputin to the tower. Whatever happens next, we'll face it together. Rasputin's screen pulses weakly with the blue tones, then holds strong, a rich, vibrant purple. He's speaking in colors because he's very weak and he can't do anything else.
Yeah, but like in Legacy, this is mostly how he interacts. He doesn't speak. He like does colors and senses and feelings and smells.
Mm-hmm. He's very cute.
It's really good.
It's really good.
And also, you know, laser beams to death anything that looks at Anna the wrong way.
Anything like looks at her.
Yeah.
And he's immediately.
I mean, in his defense, she did get shot at that point.
Yeah,
but like
she did.
He did have a slight case of overbombing there.
Yeah, a little bit. Like he almost crashed the station because she got like she's a guardian, she'll come back to life, but like he reacts very, very strongly. But this is like him. So that like as we finish, we managed to like basically put all the pieces of him that we can find, and he's finally like she's ready to leave. Like she's the only one who says this is actually the last one, but like her actual lore page is before. So we have to like do it in this order, but it's fine. She's the last one we visit, and she's the last one. She's the only one who says, "I'll come back to the tower, yay!" And you know, thank fuck, at least one of you, did this. But like, that's it. She's the only one. And again, the only reason that she does she left is because she could pick up Ras with her.
Yeah. Because she could bring him with her.
Yeah. If Ras didn't get shut down by the pyramids and like he was stuck inside of his core on Mars, she would not have left. She would not have left. Like she did not leave for Zavala or because Zavala asked her. She left because she had to save Ras. Like she had this, you know, she's codependent, so she couldn't like leave him there, essentially. And she wouldn't have left him there if he was stuck in his little core.
Yeah, despite Cameron, like Ras would have been.
Yeah, 100%. Because again, I mean, she's like kind of like Sloane. Like she's a guardian. She can survive with whatever happens, or like she hopes that she can. And she would have Ras there as well. But you know, because he got shot down, and she had to pick him up into an engram, and like a experimental exo frame, she had to leave. And that's the only reason she left. He's a very protective football, yes. Anna gets a paper cut Rasputin war set arm. Pretty much what happens, yeah. Yeah, that's her second screen. I think this... Yes, we read that one. So we can turn this off, and we can turn this off, and then we have... we have whatever this is, okay? And then we have Vance's evacuation, and then we're gonna read the last ones for each after. So we can actually do the same thing we did with the others. So like so the first one is we go back to Mercury, and as with the other planets, we essentially get to do tasks on the planet. And this is important because this is the only kind of insight into what actually he's trying to do. Because otherwise we don't know. Like his lore pages don't actually tell us why he's doing what he's doing, because they're incomprehensible.
Genuinely, this is the most sense we've had out of him in a very long time.
Yeah. Brother Vance recognizes your footsteps and brightens as you enter his sanctum. I believe I could refine traces of Osiris, he says with hushed excitement, to allow one entrance to the infinite forest. There was a time I could not contemplate such an honor. Quantum cracks yawn in the forest, where echoes of Vex, Hive, Cabal, and Osiris swirl in a gyre. Strike these stress points, and I could seal the forest from within. You notice Vance's hands are balled tightly at his sides. The pyramids draw close. through this system and beyond, the lightless are filled with fear. I am no Osiris, true, but in my small way I will bring light to their darkness. There is clarity in his voice. I will tell them they must believe. What?
Like, he's very aware it's a self-sacrifice, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's not...
Yeah.
Like, this is someone who's like... this is, like, something small that I can do to help.
Yes.
That will have a big impact, and it is worth it. Like, that's the vibe here.
And specifically, the lightless.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Which,
everyone...
Like, no.
Yeah, everyone else who's doing this, like, they're guardians, or, like, at least they've been guardians, like Asher. They're, like, people who are equipped to fight. But, like, he's kind of, like... Even the lightless can do their part, essentially.
Yeah.
That's the vibe that is happening here. Except, how did he come up with it? We don't know, because again, Osiris didn't leave any
refined traces of Osiris. Like, what the hell does that mean?
Weird.
I am lost completely, especially because as you do the quest, you go. It's when you do the strikes on Mercury. So as part of the quest, you have to do the strikes, and as you do the strikes, you find traces of Osiris, like, as an item, and that item is the same as his pendant medallion thingy.
Right.
He loves leaving those things everywhere.
Yeah, and I'm just like, what?
How many has he made?
I don't know. And also, like, what does that even, like, what is that? What is that? I know that I have a screenshot.
Like, I could understand it being like, you know, you have found a trace of Osiris. You've found, like, evidence that he has been here, but to refine them.
But, like, what does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does it all mean?
Did he, like, make them with his lights?
But he doesn't say it's his light, though. Like,
yeah,
so, like, it's a really odd one.
You can probably, you can see it. It's very, very tiny, because, like, I took a screenshot of my own gameplay. But, like, that's the pendant that he wears, and this is the item that we find when we do the quest.
Yeah,
so, like,
man.
Maybe it's just a placeholder, but, like,
maybe. But, like, I was trying to understand at least something. So I was like, can I find out anything from the quest itself?
Yeah,
and the answer is no. You can't.
Like, because, like, what Osiris uses to get around the forest is partly Sagira,
yes,
and partly his cubes.
Yes.
His beloved cubes.
And
so, like,
I think we did mention it in Trials and Tribulations. Again, we're back to Trials and Tribulations, but, like, because in Trials and Tribulations he starts building the Infinite Simulacrum, and I think we did mention that because, like, only in this quest are we going to learn what he uses the simulacrum for.
Yeah.
And it's for essentially navigating the forest, to open gates and to close gates inside of the forest. Yeah. That's very much like the cubes. Like, that's what the cubes do. Now you have a theory, but I'll wait. Yeah. Thank you, Lily. You're our strongest warrior.
And, like, you notice Fancy's hands are both tightly at his sides. He's bricking it. Like, he has made a decision, and he's terrified. Like,
That's a kind of a neat, like a very tiny detail, but, like, he's anxious about, like, he's nervous about this. Like, it's not something that he's doing because he's, like, insane. I mean, he is kind of, but, like, the point is, it's something that it's not like it's not like a fanatic thing, right? Like, he's trying to help.
Yeah.
And,
like, despite everything else that's been going on and whatever he's been influenced by, like,
yes, he's trying to make.
He's genuinely worried about what will happen to the forest.
Yes.
And, like, if he's been influenced by some sort of, like, thing in the dark, like, then he's seen that and gone, I can't let this happen.
Yes. And specifically, like, a few little
like,
details.
To be a light in the dark, like,
like, a few little details. So
the whole thing,
through this system and beyond.
Yeah.
No one is ever talking about anything beyond the system, because, like, the pyramids are here. But, like, why is he specifically mentioning this? We don't know. Lyrics aside. Okay. And then also the lightless are filled with fear. This is something that Feora said back in the day.
Yeah.
This is literally, like, just a copy of the sentence that she said in her first sermon where he was there for the first time.
Yeah,
the
and
lights
like,
appeared with fear. And
yes,
then,
he's still crackers about Cyrus, but like,
yeah, it goes kind of like beyond Osiris at this
yeah,
point.
yeah.
He takes this
Believe
upon.
in what?
I, I, I don't know.
Believe in Osiris?
I don't.
Like,
I am losing my mind. I'm genuinely losing my mind. I don't understand what like this could be referring to.
like believe in hope? Like,
I think so because again,
like,
the lyrics because he wrote the
yeah,
lyrics. Again, we'll
yeah.
get to that. He wrote the lyrics. It specifically says. We'll actually read that right now. So, actually, when we get to the final one, but I will tell them they must believe. Like, tell who, how.
Everyone? Like, what?
Yeah, and again, he explains what he's trying to do, but like he explains it in the text of the quest. He doesn't explain it in the actual lore tab, which is why we have to go through the text of the quests instead. And then I will bring light to their darkness, and like what we don't know. Okay, and then the next. So this is the middle one when you return from the first part of the quest, and Vance is studying his scrolls when you return. Osiris, the forest, the pyramid, he says. There are connections here that go beyond simple prophecy. He stops abruptly, then whispers in the silence. As guardians fall in the trials, this lighthouse chimes a dirge. Can you hear it? Can't you hear it? Here, in the shadow of the pyramid, the tones have grown richer. He tilts his head for a moment, his mouth held in an open smile. There. It is the song of life and death. Knowing there is much to be done, you'll leave Vance to his studies.
Like, okay. Like,
what?
I know we're a person of few words, but like, could we not have maybe been like, what the fuck are you talking about?
At least Ghost? Can Ghost, like, be like... Can Ghost just, like, hey, can you explain this? I know the Ghost doesn't like him, but, like, can someone explain... Like, at this point, it's beyond liking or not liking someone. It's just kind of like...
Yeah, like there's something going on here.
And the fact that this middle section is about the tones again...
Yeah, like, when we are going off about the tones, it's not because we're kind of like, oh, here's this thing that got mentioned once, and it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It's like, it keeps coming up in a lot of, like, important things.
Yeah.
Um,
and it's, like, specifically, like, this whole... Because, again, you would not have any idea what this is meaning, like, what this is talking about if you hadn't read the entirety of Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah.
It's like, this is... And also, you know, in the shadow of the pyramid, the tones have grown richer. And he says that the same again in the kind of flavor text on one of the quests. The tones are like forming a pattern and a chorus. And it's like, girl, what? Literally? Like, why is he telling us this? Or rather, why is the quest telling us this? Right? Because like there's a reason why this is a part of that, like why this was written as a... Because again, everyone, we've read all the others kind of like as a comparison. They're all kind of talking about what they're gonna do, what's happening, how to defeat their enemies. Anna is going off about how to save Rasputin, and then Vance is just what? And like he stops abruptly, so like he
maybe it's the trials is going on in the background, right? That's
yes,
gotta be that.
yes, the
like
trials
just died.
Yeah, someone just died in the trials essentially, and he heard the tone again, and he interrupts himself while speaking because he can't control himself about tones. Like obviously it's especially because they're like they've grown richer. So like, what does that mean? What's really fascinating to me, there's a huge focus on the tones here, and there's a connection to the Vex, and yet when we saw Darkness Oracles this season, they did not sing. Yeah, very unsettling.
Yeah, they were wrong. They were different.
Yeah. So what is the thing with the tones and the Vex? We don't know. And again, as we talked extensively last week, the lighthouses should not be able to do that because they're made by the Vex. The Vex can't understand paracausality. The Vex should not be able to connect to Guardians and their paracausality and like talk about like emit tones when paracausality happens, right? Like that's
like they shouldn't be able to respond and process. Like
yes. So either they're able to respond and process because they've been helped by something to be made. You know, the spires were waiting for the pyramids to return, and when they did return, when the pyramids returned to the system, when the pyramid landed on Mercury, the spires sighed in uniform relief, like they were relieved that the pyramid is back. Why were the Vex why were the Vex spires waiting for the pyramid to return? We don't know, and we don't know what this means at all. but this is like what he was doing essentially at that point, like still going off about the tones. And like it happens like a few times, obviously. Like he interrupts him here, and then obviously someone else dies again, and then the song of life and death. And we kind of
And
just like leave because
you know,
like
maybe it's just hope for the future. Like maybe that's it.
maybe,
it feels,
but
it feels like it goes on too much to just be the song. You know
it
what I
feels
mean?
like it would be like a too much of a thing to be just like a joke about the song.
About the song. Like there's too much.
But
Because
too close to the end. For
that as
nothing
well.
to-
Yeah.
But also like I know that like the song is a joke to us, but I don't think that the writers are treating it as a joke.
No.
Like in universe, it's not.
Mhm.
Like it's, and I mean especially when you consider the lyric, because the lyrics are normal. Like it's the problem with the song is that how it sounds essentially.
The problem with the song is Paul McCartney.
Yes, exactly. But like the lyrics themselves are like they're very Destiny. They're like they're the theme of Destiny essentially.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just, you know, Paul McCartney.
Yes, and in universe he
I'm
wrote.
from Liverpool. I'm allowed.
Yeah, you are allowed. In universe he wrote the song. As a matter of fact, we can go and see that right now. So Brother Vance listens to your report with great interest. When you are finished, he smiles serenely. You have done me a great kindness, he says. I regret I cannot join you in the city. For a long moment, he stands peacefully in his cluttered sanctuary. I met Osiris once, Vance says. You write music, he told me, among other things.
All right, Vance, what are those other things?
So, the sacred tones came from the lighthouse. The words are my own. No, not the tale of Osiris. My song is not one of worship, but one of hope, shining brightly in the dark. I will walk into the infinite forest and spread hope, Guardian. He gives you a beatific smile. Hope for the future. So this is how we know that he also in the final page we know that he wrote it, because he actually sings it. But
Spoilers.
yeah, but the sacred tones came from the lighthouse.
What does it mean?
The
tune came from the lighthouse, but like
I don't think that in setting the song is the same. Essentially,
no.
Obviously, I mean the voice is not the same. So,
I sure hope not.
So clearly, it's not. He can't be the same.
They really got to remake that song now.
Yeah, I would like them to remake the song with like a closer.
Someone who can actually sing.
Yeah, also someone who's like closer, like matches the voice of actual Vance, because like that is nowhere near close to what he sounds like. And Paul McCartney. But
pay
like,
your damn taxes.
Yeah. And also, it would have to be a completely different melody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that the Lighthouse Tones were the actual song like is kind of cheery, but the way Vance was describing them, it was always kind of like
drone.
Yeah, he always like I mean the one time that he said like it's a down pitch trajectory, like it's not the same.
Yeah, like he talks about the key it's in as well, and it's like that's not. It's that chord is not in that key.
Yeah, that's not the same melody, but like so what we get here is that he explains what he said in the first one. I will tell them they must believe and all that stuff. Lightless of fear, like I will go inside, blah blah blah. And here he's like, I will walk into the forest and spread hope. Like what? Through the timelines? Through the simulations?
Like, is he making the Vex play the song? Like, what is...
Is he spreading the hope to the Vex? I don't know. I feel like if they're going to do anything with the song Hope for the Future, it will be something like Vance unknowingly wrote the tones into the song. That song Z was War song, Sabbath's song, songs have power in this. Yeah. Songs.
Yeah.
Destiny is about music, genuinely. So like this is why another reason why
like right back to D1.
This is why this is also like an interesting
music of the spheres.
Yes, musical spheres and all that. This is why this is very like important, because it's about a song, and the songs the tones of the song are being made by the lighthouses, and we don't know what the lighthouses really are, besides like Vex constructs that may have been also influenced by something else. And again, completely unresolved, like a completely unresolved issue we have no idea what any of this means, what any of this might be leading to, or anything of that sort. It's completely baffling.
Like, because this is all we know. He says, "I'm gonna walk into the Infinite Forest and spread hope," and
Yes.
then his final lore tab, and it's like,
and he does try, like he does like actually attempt
Yeah.
to do that, and it feels like, again, we'll have to get to the final lore tab to actually understand a little bit of what is happening here.
well,
But we will not understand what's happening here because complete, like, his entries of the evacuation are totally separate from everyone else, and they're totally like different, like because it's because he doesn't have a connection to anyone or anything, so he can't like do what others are doing. Like, again, no one cares because he kind of, I mean, he did it to himself, but you know, at the end of the day, no one really connected to him the way we connected to all the other vendors. Like, people always, I mean, players wise and in setting, so it's kind of like, we don't know, but it's going to be even weirder when we actually read the last one. Also, Lily said, we do know from the Death Song lore that the Song of Creation was lost. Yeah, I wonder if the tones are some kind of remnant of it. Yeah. No, you can go off, bestie. We don't know. We don't know.
Like, it's one of those like that you can come up with any theory you like because
and like,
we don't have
especially
enough information.
especially because it's incomprehensible to read, like the first page of Trials Tribulations and the final page, because of the interjections with the brackets. We don't know what they are. We don't know who's talking, and the only thing we can speculate that there must be some kind of darkness thing, because, you know, angular shadow, return of the pyramid on the cover of the page, the way it talks, like, it must be some sort of darkness influence, but to what extent and why, unknown. And this is why it's also concerning why the Witness took Mercury, and again, why the Witness brought Callus to Mercury in the Leviathan, and then Leviathan returned from the anomaly fucked up. So music is also mentioned with relation to Strand. Yeah, it's also mentioned in Deep with a Titan return. They talk about, like, when Ikora and Osiris talk in that lore tab, they talk about it as a rhythm of the system. So like, when the Titan returned, the Veil remembered how the system is supposed to be, and that the rhythm of the system has been restored. And like, that's a very, it's a word for sure to use here, which is also why from after, like, during Deep, we believe that, you know, maybe we need to restore the full rhythm of the system, aka return Io and Mercury for something to do with the portal, but apparently not. So again, concerning. And this lore tab is concerning in general because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No one knows what the fuck is going on. So this word is very interesting to me personally.
Go on, Belle.
Yeah. So I love when Destiny does the whole ancient civilizations in space, and
Well, character.
yeah. Auspex is, or was, a water wipe. Yeah. Auspex was a special, like, priest in ancient Rome that was they were like divining the signs, specifically the signs by observing birds. They are sometimes, this could be like a whole other separate debate of like academic debates. A lot of people, there's like a a lot of theories are that, like, the word auguries is sometimes used interchangeably with auspex, sometimes not. So they could be separate thing. They could be like synonyms. It doesn't really matter, but like they're kind of like the similar thing. So like priests that were divining the future from the signs, and these signs were, there were different types of signs, but auspex specifically would be for birds. So they were observe birds, how birds fly, from which direction to which direction, how they feed, how they interact with each other, and then you would like be able to tell the future by observing these birds. That quote was truly something. This is interesting and important because of the theme for his chapter names, because they're bird themed. But this one is kind of like out there because it's a bird themed, very kind of in a roundabout way, and in a way that's kind of like, why specifically this, right? It could have been just like any bird name here. Why did they say Auspex specifically?
Clearly, it's because Speaker.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but obviously, yeah. But like, it's kind of like giving him the title of Auspex.
Yeah.
Like, he is the Auspex because he observes the birds, aka observes the Phoenix, Osiris, to divine the future and look for the signs, because he's very much about the signs. So it's a cool little detail that I really, really like. And I also liked because in Witch, obviously, they bring the other one of these priests, Haruspex. And also they use that. So the word auspices comes from auspex, but it's used in general also for any other like prophecies. So when you see in Season of the Witch, they have that whole lore tab where various characters go to the cards, and the lore tab is called auspices because they are basically being given their auspices, their prophecies, by looking at the cards. So that comes from auspex, but it can be used for other divination types in general.
Is that where the word auspicious comes
from? Yes, I was about to say that. That is the word. That is why the word auspicious.
Auspice and auspicious.
Yes. Yes. It could be also
shockingly
we're the auspex who's observing Vance the bird. Possible, but generally the names are kind of like about that character.
Yeah, like canary.
Yeah. Like he's the canary and he's the auspex, and then later at the end he'll be something else.
Wonder if he's specifically a canary in the coal mine.
Yes.
Well, that's what we said earlier.
Yeah. That's...
I missed that.
Yeah.
It was away from me.
That's basically the consensus, I think. That's the reason why it's canary. Obviously, the other reason is because it's yellow. But a canary in a coal mine, as in he is the canary in a coal mine. He's the early warning system that told us about the whatever dangers, except nobody listened to him because he's Vance. So I love those lines from Cal. Yeah. So Haruspex. So I love that. Like he's the Auspex and Eris is Haruspex. That's just for me.
Again, wildly out of character.
Completely out of character. I know. I've never mentioned any of this before. They're from Sanaki. I whatever she said, so true. So
she's a.
Yeah, we could actually also read. It's not a long one because it's baffling. Okay. We go back to this heavy sigh before reading any of his lore tabs. The music rang clear and true. Brother Vance listened, his face a paroxysm of glory. It repeats, he whispered to himself, and the young warlock who was bent over the infinite forge, diligently crafting weapons from another age. She listened politely, but heard nothing. She went back to her task. Why do none pity the phoenix? The warlock looked up, startled. Vance was across from her, though she had not noticed his approach. His question came with no preamble, as if the two had been in the midst of a conversation. I'm sorry, offered the warlock. Endless rebirth, true, but each matched by a fiery death, Vance said. No sooner does it clean the ash from its feathers, does it fall, again, to flame. The blind man turned and bathed his face in the glowing sunlight that streamed into his sanctum. And none speak of its song. The warlock thanked Vance for the use of his forge and stood to leave. You are more than welcome, he said without turning his head, though his vacant smile had grown kind. He gestured toward the tomes and scrolls on his desk. Help yourself to a prophecy, friend, he said. I believe I have finally finished my studies.
Crackers. Absolutely crackers. Like,
if someone knows what any of this means, call me on the phone.
Like, yet again, no one else can hear it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, no one can hear it.
Like, the music rang clear and true, and Vance is like, just having like a sudden attack of like, oh my god, this is incredible.
Yes.
This is glorious.
And
like,
meanwhile, this warlock is just like crafting weapons, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
Like she tries listening, right?
Yeah. She tries because
like Saint has mentioned it.
Yes, Saint mentions something at the lighthouse.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's the same thing, obviously, but like, in all likelihood, it could be.
Yeah.
But here, it's just like one of the reasons why this is like very peculiar is because all the other middle chapters followed the same pattern. So it's Asher going to Eris to talk to his friend. It's Sloane talking to Amanda with her friend. It's Anna and Zavala talking, as friends. And then there's this. Obviously, he doesn't have any friends, so there's nothing, like, there's no one for him to talk to. But, like, why this in particular? Like, why? What is this supposed to, like,
it just really stands out.
Yeah, it stands out. Like, it doesn't follow the pattern, and it doesn't follow, like, it doesn't tell us anything. Genuinely. Like, it doesn't really, like, the only thing that it tells us is that at this point he's losing it. And also, like, obviously at the end, I believe I have finally finished my studies. And, like, what studies? Like, what did he, like, what does this in particular do? Crazy Uncle Vance talking about the cosmic music again. Yeah, literally. Yeah, the warlock is, like, she's just crafting her weapon. Also, like, he just starts talking to her. Like, he completely, like, out of nowhere. And she's like, what? Like... And
then she's like, I'm leaving.
Yeah, and she's...
Bye.
It's nonsense. Like, what does it mean? Like, obviously, we associate Phoenix with Osiris. So, that makes sense. Why do you not appear to the Phoenix? Whatever. But, like, what...
But, like, out of nowhere, just kind of, like...
Why?
Like, he just kind of, like, appears in front of her.
Yeah.
Without her noticing him move. And, like, she's a warlock.
Yeah.
She spends a lot of time in combat, presumably.
Yeah, and he's blind. Like, how does he...
And he's blind, so, like, yes, it's his space and he knows his way around
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
but, like,
obviously. But...
moving that quietly that she didn't even notice...
Yeah. And
is weird.
He just talks about something weird that she doesn't understand. Like, I've been... trust me, I've been trying to connect this to something. I've been trying to connect the dots. I could not.
You didn't connect shit.
I didn't connect shit. At one point, I was like, is this supposed to be like a prophecy about Immolant? Because everything is about Immolant, so maybe it is. Who knows? But I don't know.
Like, it could be, but, like, there's so many other things, like...
I don't know. It could just be, like, showing us,
or,
like
non-speak of its song, like...
Yeah, that's...
Is he, like, at a point where he's, like...
But, like, people... I mean, if it is about Osiris, then... Yeah, they do pity him. Like, he's not, like... Like, it... I don't... Like, people do speak about us, like, I don't understand. I genuinely can't figure out what is happening here. Outside of, like, obviously, kind of showing us that he's going through it at this point. Like, he's made his choice. He's going to stay. And it's just, it's not going well for him. Because obviously we've heard in one of those quest lines that he's obviously anxious about what's happening. Like, because it's not...
Yeah.
It's essentially like a death sentence. Like, he knows that...
He knows he's not coming back.
Yeah.
Like, he knows he's very likely going to die very quickly.
Yeah, like, there is obviously there's an option because it's a simulation engine. You can simulate anything. But Saint died.
Yeah.
Like, the chances of anyone else getting through is basically... Like, the only Osiris was able to survive the Infinite Forest.
And that was because he wasn't particularly a threat, whereas Saint went in guns blazing because he was going to find Osiris.
Yes. And also, like, again, this is because of the thing, because, like, he's the prophet. He's the one who observes birds to see the future, which is why this whole thing about the Phoenix and about this and about, like, non-speaking of his song, like, is that supposed to mean that he's the one who knows something, but he can't like explain or put it into words or anything? Or like he's putting it into words in a not a good way, so people don't understand what he means? I don't understand. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. None of this makes any sense. We have no idea what happened. And weird. It is weird.
Shockingly, something to do with Brother Vance is weird.
So you understand what kind of a stress I'm under. Because like
you or Vance?
Both, I guess. Both. Joining him in his insanity, you know. It completely baffling, because like one of the reasons why is because I would like to know if we could like come up with a like an explanation, like if we could possibly figure out where this might lead, but we can't. Like, you know, is there a hint here for something? Because everything else had a hint. That's the whole thing.
Like yeah, everything else has been dealt with.
Yeah, and everyone else we knew what they were doing, and we knew what they might be, in which way they might be like relevant later.
Yeah, like even Sloane talks about the suit, and she talks about the Leviathan, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, and she talks about like how she's gonna stay here and fight, and like yeah, she did that. But here there's genuinely no, there's no point at which we could start like trying to figure out what is going on. And it's not gonna. The final page is not gonna help us.
Nope.
So, but we have to get through the others for this.
Yeah.
And these are just kind of like the conclusions to the thing. So, speaking of conclusion, for Asher.
Wah.
Yeah.
Wah.
Mm-hmm. Have fun.
By fun, you mean cry, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright. As Ashamir watched his assistant's ship tear into orbit for the last time, it occurred to him that he had not expressed how truly satisfactory he had found some of their work. He briefly entertained the thought of leaving a letter, but there were others more deserving of his thoughts. And if he worked in descending priority, he might never make it to his assistant, which would defeat the purpose of the exercise entirely. Instead, he went to the Pyramidion. The Vex are not born, yet not created. Desire to understand this conundrum brought Asher to Io. He reasoned that the pyramid, with its alien resources and unknowable power, had likely come for the same purpose. The dark ship sought to take the secrets of the Vex for itself. But Ashamir had already staked his claim, and he was prepared to defend it. He soon stood at the gate of the Pyramidion. The Vex security responded as he knew they would, and he was prepared. He piled their broken corpses on the plate and continued inside. He destroyed the first 100 Vex, then the second. A Minotaur roared into being before him, and he crushed its radiolarian core in his metal fist. He climbed forward over their glowing limbs. He slipped into the cooling roux of their dead fluid. He slipped in the cooling roux of their dead fluid. Asher swallowed a mouthful of blood and kept moving. He paused by a whirling gate and watched the aperiodic waves, then stepped through at the only possible moment. He walked steadily through laser grids that seemed to bend around him. He hung calmly in a gravitational tourbillon as the ground beneath him flickered and shifted madly, and the Vex began to observe. The corridors of the Pyramidion were lined with glowing red eyes. The metal mannequins stood dumbly, twitching, shuddering as Asher passed. A familiar area unfolded before him, a cubist sinkhole reeking with the flat base stench of slate mud and bleach. He looked where the sky should be, and found another impossible shape, another fractal contradiction. Far above him, placid in its Penrose vortex, the vast radiolarian lake lapped gently at the metallic shores. The man reached up to the lake with his metal arm. He then reached up with his arm of flesh. He reached with both, and he brought the lake down. His lake was real!
His lake was real! It was just in the sky. Yeah, Asher. Really not much to say.
They let him in.
Yeah, they let him in. Yeah,
they let him in.
I wanted to say that though. Like at one point, like he fights them at first. But as he goes further in, they start, like the Vex actually start, just kind of letting him.
Mm-hmm.
They just began to observe, and they kind of let him get in, and that's that's interesting, I think. Because it might mean, like, obviously they, in a way, they will be seeing him as one of them, because he's infected, like he's being converted. So to them, like, he is a Vex essentially. But also it might mean that
they're understanding why he's there.
Yes, they understood why he's there, and they wanted him to do this because, like, maybe, like, they wouldn't be able to destroy their own thing, but he would, and they kind of let him to prevent the whatever pyramids want to do from doing it. And that may as well be the case, because the Vex had a lot of information about the darkness and the pyramids and the veil. And yep, and Asher found all of that. As a matter of fact, so this final thing is, oh, hey, Asher. Excalibur.
Yeah, it feeds directly into the start of Excalibur.
Yes. Yes. The man reached up to the lake with his metal arm, then he reached with his arm of flesh, he reached down with both, and he brought the lake down.
And then it shifts into the way that the Vex
speak. So the code. So this is it's exactly the same. Like, these last two sentences are exactly the same as the beginning of Excalibur. So
authenticate consciousness.
Yeah. Man. So like 3 years later, it's a complete loop to what we had in Defiance with Avalon and this whole thing with Asher and the lake. And obviously there's like a lot of code stuff, but like essentially he's integrating himself into the network, and he's getting very mad. He's like arguing with the with the computer essentially, and like inputting his commands, and then consciousness was equal ipso facto binary buffoon.
So good. I like, honestly, when I read this, I was like losing my shit.
Yeah. And he's like, set consciousness to mirror, no set consciousness to scribe, and then rejected for the love of. He's just like fighting with the computer essentially, in a very, very Asher way. And man, look at this! Like, it's just insane that he was like, he's doing this to the Vex network, right?
Yeah, like this is not like. It's not like that one where Cade's arguing with a terminal, you know?
Yes,
like
yes. Strange warlocks lying in pots reclaims. Yeah, literally. Yeah, this is not like just like a little funny thing. He's inside of the whole, like, he's essentially wrangling the whole Vex network.
Yeah.
To accept his inputs and to accept his like integration and commands and all that stuff. Like, he's not only did he like retain himself still, he was like able like to like assert all that control over the whole network, which is,
and like the whole like set consciousness designation mirror, no set consciousness designation scribe is that one gets me.
Yeah, designation rejected, and then conceptual mismatch compensating. And then he manages, and then as he's like integrated, he's all results for pyramid, darkness, and chronologically sorts, and then at the amount of results, which I believe that's a lot of zeros. I don't think there's even a word for this number.
And there most certainly is not, no.
Yes. And now we're getting somewhere. Like, gets these amount of results, and he's like, yeah, that's good. Now I can start with my actual work. And he does actually do a lot with this, because he will go through all of this. It's almost a Googleplex, Jesus Christ. He gets through all of these results. I mean, it takes him 3 years. Though, he was in Splicer, he was already trying to alert us. Because in Splicer, he sends his little harpy.
In Splicer, he sends the harpy, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, assistant, hello, someone pay attention to me.
Guys.
Yeah. Also the Morse code.
Ignore all that noise. There's
Yeah.
more important things over here.
Yeah. Also the Morse code in the message in the radio messages in Defiance as well, with like because like random civilians were having interferences in their. This is how we knew that there's gonna be like a secret mission. There was like random interferences in the radio messages in the EDZ between like two villages, and when it was in Morse code, and in the Morse code it was something like he was yelling at us.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "I'm in here still, you buffoons," something like that. He said something like that, "You idiots," or in something in those. That was the vibe of like him trying to alert us. And then I think like a week later, the quest was available in the EDZ, and we could enter the Vex network with Mithrax. And it's really funny to me that we didn't tell Mithrax who Asher is.
Yeah.
Like, Mithrax is losing his mind about the Asher mirror, and we're just kind of like, actually, it's funnier if we don't tell him.
Yeah, like it's not till Ikora.
Yeah. Ikora in in Wish? Was it this? Or was it in Witch?
I can never remember which one's which. Like, I mean, I do know which one is which, but like,
I don't remember what was the lore tab.
yeah,
I think it was in Witch.
Yeah.
Where Ikora finally like talks to Mithrax about it, and she's like, "Yeah, my great friend Ashermere," and Mithrax kind of like, "Ashermere? That was a person?" And Ikora just kind of like, well, "You know Ashermere? What?" And then you finally like figure out that they're talking about the same person.
yeah.
That'd be some kind of a metaphor. Oh, the entity is telling me it's not a metaphor. Yeah. Also, he called. Oh my god, Mithrax said something, and
Vuvuzela.
yeah, that. But also Mithrax said something, and then it was kind of like there's a pause, and Mithrax is kind of like, "Oh, the Ashermere just called me an anatomical region."
Dick Warlock.
Yeah, probably. Dick Warlock.
He's still one of my best memes ever.
Yeah, literally, man. He definitely insulted Mithrax in some way, and Mithrax was enchanted.
Yeah.
Mithrax was like, "This
I mean,
is
to be
Pog."
fair, Bison is like his whole thing, right? It's his
Yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah.
shit.
He's like, "Oh my god, there's a guy in there," and he's like insulting me, but like it's cool. Also, the whole thing with this must like Ashermere must have been like the purest and most gentlest and most incredible of souls. And then, oh yeah, Ashermere confirms it. It indeed was.
Yeah.
The voice lines were incredible. If someone didn't see any of them, you can. Actually, everything is free now, all of the seasons, so you can play them. Avalon is really cool. It's difficult, but we will persevere. You know my Vexnet lore boy. But yeah, this is basically a closed story now, right? This was the conclusion for Asher. He brought the lake down, and in Defiance, he was like, "Wakey, wakey! I finally found out everything I need to know from the Vex of the Pyramidion, and it is, hey, look at the veil, and it's still the best view of the veil we have."
Yes.
Like, even though we can see the veil in Niamuna, like you can't see the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's kind of different because again, the whole the roots are not entirely corporeal, it seems. But in the Vex the Vex network in Asher simulation, it is the whole thing there, and the roots are actually the tree of Silver Wings. Maybe the tree is important. I don't know though. Who knows? We will never know. But yeah, it's a cool little throwback because they specifically like used the ending of this lore tab from Duress and Egress for Excalibur to kind of like, this is a direct continuation of what happened. So he wrestled with the Vex network, he won, and then he spent 3 years basically getting through these results, and then brought us the simulation of the veil, which is very interesting that the Vex had that. I think it's very interesting that they had that. Like, they had so many, like they had in such detail.
Yeah.
Because they it's paracausal. It's like, obviously they know about it, and I mean, the Soul Device was able to like, to try and make a copy, and they failed, but the information is there. So we'll see what this has to what this will do with any Vex content going forward, because they know shit. And what will happen when the witness is dead, or whatever we do with the witness, we don't know. But there will be some Vex shenanigans. There has to be. And that is Asher. Goodbye, Asher, until we see you again in the Vex network yelling at us and calling us anatomical regions. I like how Mitrax was so like polite. It's like, yeah, he called me an anatomical region.
I mean, Mithrax might not even be aware that it's an insult, particularly.
Yeah, probably.
Like,
that is very, very probable.
Like, because there's so many other things that he's not.
Yeah,
really...
yeah. It's the whole Ido and Mithrax being kind of like confused a little bit with some of the human.
Yeah. Because
like, yeah,
there's not just like there's not just the like the language barrier. There's also the culture shock thing.
Yeah. So it might be like why would he be calling you this? Like, we don't know which anatomical region. We can guess probably.
Well, yes,
but he might have been like, oh well, that's what a compliment. What a compliment. Asher, why'd you do that? And Asher doesn't give a shit. Like, he does not care. He's just like that. And then, I can't pronounce this. How is this pronounced? I know this is a mythology thing from. Again, see, she's very Irish Gaelic themed. This is from mythology. It's some kind of it's some kind of a battle rage thing. I know that it is something like that.
If I had to take a guess, Riastrad.
I also think it's something like that.
But
and
if it's Gaelic, then
yes, it is. It is battle frenzy of
right.
I don't know how this is pronounced. Cuchulainn. Irish mythology.
I used to know how to say it. I don't remember now.
I check and then I see it and then I forget it.
Yeah.
Yes, he's known for his terrifying battle frenzy, in which he becomes an unrecognizable monster who knows neither friend nor foe. He fights from his chariot, driven blah 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 by Lord Chariot, and it's unrelated to the rest, but like it's a battle frenzy of sorts, which makes sense because Riastrad, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. The tech ghost just called me an asshole. Yeah, but this is what this references, because she will get the suit, and then she'll be able to fight well. So, battle frenzy. Okay, Sloane, the last one.
Oh, Cuchulainn. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Cuchulainn. Yeah. That's she's in general very Irish themed. So, yeah. I mean, her name, her ghost's name.
Well, yeah.
It makes sense.
They pronounce this properly.
Yeah. Nothing will go wrong. Literally, nothing will go wrong with it ever, and Sloane maintains that fervently. After she watched the Guardian's ship roar off Titan for the last time, Deputy Commander Sloane went into her office and put on the Golden Age technology she had claimed from the Hive. The heavy power source hung from her shoulders like a bandolier. She draped it across her neck and stepped into the suit, vast and clumsy. As she bowed her head into the grey hood, a view screen appeared before her. She did not understand the language, not yet, but she chose the green option. With a hiss, the suit conformed to her shape. It was heavy, but she had full range of movement. She focused on her arm, concentrated, and the material scabbed into thick armored plates. That was something. She tried to form arc energy, but the suit blocked her light, or perhaps she would have to learn how to flex her light through the suit. She selected another option with her eyes, and selected again to confirm. There was no pain as she felt the suit snake a cold tube through her side and coil somewhere near her stomach. That answered a few of her questions. Sloane lurched outside. There was a storm, like Titan was trying to drive off the invader that sat lazily in its sky. She walked into the gale, and the rain beaded on her second skin. Each step was easier than the last as the suit adjusted to her gait. A symbol flashed, and a hive thrall charged her. She gripped She gripped it by its neck and arm before tearing it apart. It was so easy. She laughed then, and the suit interpreted it as a battle cry and amplified it, broadcasted it. The sound echoed off the discarded shipping containers on the rainy landing pads, echoed through Siren's watch and up towards the pyramid. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the storm raged on. Okay. Sloane. This is the whole thing with the suit. Like we were basically assembling. We were giving her we were bringing her like pieces of the suit and stuff so she can like assemble it.
She's been having a bigger time.
Yes, and she put it on as soon as we again. This is every single one is when we leave. So we leave the last time, and she put on the suit and prepares to fight, essentially. Also the tube that answered a few of her questions. Yeah, mine as well, unfortunately. Thank you. And yeah, she realizes like obviously she has to kind of adjust to it, especially with the light. So that's a little bit of a problem, but like she does get through eventually.
I love as well, like she didn't understand the language, not yet.
Yeah. It must have been like it's either Russian or Chinese, probably. Because that's the languages on Titan. Obviously English as well, but like maybe it was set on some other, on either of those two, or maybe some other. She'll learn. And then obviously she puts it on. It kind of adjusts to her, and like tearing apart a troll, like man. And basically realizes that like she can fight with this. Like it will at least help her in any of the fights. Yeah, and like broadcasting her battle cry and amplifying it. Very, very, very familiar to us now because of Xivu, which is what she's gonna be dealing with. Like a really, really cool kind of. Now that you're reading it, like after it's all happened, it gives you a little bit of a kind of like, oh well, you know, that's kind of similar to how Xivu talks, like yelling
and
battle
also
cries.
It makes more sense. It makes a lot more sense in terms of like Xivu being the one to be here.
Yeah. And her story is then we can just take whatever. Her story is so what she was doing on Titan is was concluded in Deep with this whole set. So like this whole set is the story of her. So like, you know, day 0 is when the thing happens, and she's still on the pyramid, on the planet when Titan gets yoinked, and this basically explains everything that she was doing. Like the whole thing is just, you know, day 3. As she gets into the sea, she sees all those like time portal scars. So she sees like the golden age. She sees the golden age Titan stuff, and how they were investigating Asa, or the Leviathan. And how they found Leviathan, and how the Leviathan told them to leave Titan because something is coming. They obviously didn't know, but yeah, atmospheric records of Titan during the collapse. And day 92 is when, I think this is when she finally gets to, she gets to with Asa here. And, you know, Xivu.
And again with the brackets.
Yeah.
Single brackets this time.
This is very interesting, but it's also a different formatting in general because it's not interjecting anything. It's just the Asa speaking, essentially. Yeah. So once again, we don't know what that these brackets mean because they're not consistent. It's very different the way it's worked here. Looks like it's Asa talks separately from other, and Xivu shows up, and you are known to me. Exactly the same thing she said to Osiris.
Yep.
Because when you do
and
a lot of
battle,
battle,
is known to you.
When you do a lot of battle, you are known to her because that's her thing. And then obviously day 287. I'm just scrolling a little bit because we're not gonna read all through all of this, but like that's basically like it's like when this ends, we go to Deep, so like 3 years later, to actually get through all of this, to like understand.
Also, shout out to Shohan for being like one of the best ghosts in the whole universe.
Yes, Yes. Yes. Incredible. And this you know. Oh, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um Ziwu is having a
This is
time.
totally fine, and she's definitely talked about it to people.
Yeah, totally. It's it's difficult to read as well, but like it's very gory, but
Yeah.
she loses the suit because Ziwu like essentially peels it off of her.
Like, bearing in mind that, like, it's basically drilled itself into her bones.
Yes.
Because she's trying to do it to get her ghost to come out.
Yes.
So that she can kill a ghost.
Yeah, so Ziwu is torturing Sloane with the suit by peeling the suit off her. Slowly peel away the power suit's deep set rivets from inset bone.
Like, yeah. There's a lot more to it, but
it's
not good. It's not good.
It's not good. And she doesn't. She lied about this. Sloane lied about this. Sloane
yeah,
never,
she was like, I took it off because it wasn't working for me.
Yeah, I took it off after a while because like it lost power or something like that.
Yeah.
And like, no, bestie, that's not what happened though. And her ghost was like, still didn't want to. Sloane clung to life in a cloud of crimson-tinged mist. Jesus,
yeah, like it's not good.
It's not good. It's not good. And
then Asa's like, fuck this shit.
yeah, Asa, like when the ghost is like almost wants to actually go and help, Asa's like, nope, actually, because this morsel is mine to consume. The morsel is the ghost. And then Asa intervenes, and they bond.
Yeah.
With like Asa and Sloane bond. This too is Yuri somehow. Yeah, they struck an accord, and that was, and then obviously everything what happened in Deep is like additional intro, like stuff of what like how Sloane ended up being where she
didn't
is
tell anyone.
now. Yeah, she still never tells anyone, even after the season is over. Yep.
It's like, hey, maybe you should talk to Osiris about it or something. Like,
yeah.
If anyone's gonna understand,
Yeah. If anyone would understand about like being like, tempted by Ziwu, it would be him for sure.
Yeah.
Because
and having your ghost like shoot forward to be like, no, we're not doing this. Like, yeah.
Man, why?
Yeah, Sean's got like little like razor blades.
Yeah, she has like actual knives.
She's got her own knives. Like ghost, like they taped knives to the ghost. Like,
yeah, it's so good because like she specifically like was very when they first like talk about Asa, she's like proto worm and then like just pulls out the little pulls out the knives. It's somewhere in here. No, it's on her shell.
Mm-hmm. Ghost with a knife.
Yeah,
really
she has like 2 little knives. Destiny's about hope, music, and Yuri. Real. So true. Yeah, that is the conclusion for Sloane. And again, we got the resolution in Deep. It was a very good season, and I loved it very much. And gave us a lot
You've
of
never
cool.
mentioned this before.
Yeah, gave us a lot of cool info about Titan and about what Sloane was doing and about everything else. Asa goes to the deep. It was very nice. Anna. Black box. If Raph
And
wants
it's
to.
a very short one.
Yeah. Raph, if you want to read a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure.
As Anna Bray watched the Guardian Sparrow rocket across Hela's basin for the last time, she saw a confidant who had been. She saw a confidant. Confidant or confidence?
Confidant, I think.
Yeah. She saw a confidant who had believed in her when no one else would. That faith, Zavala had reminded her, was a bond with more power than all the war mind weapons in this system. It was a promise to go on, an agreement that there was still a future. Jinju had called it reverse salvage. She knew a thing or two about building something from the wreckage of their past. The building was nearly empty. She had sent as much tech to the tower as they could handle, an entire freight vessel's worth packed to bursting. She turned to the large glass window overlooking silent warsat cannons. There were no Cabal. The death buried beneath Mars had quieted. Valkyrie subroutines that could be maintained remotely remained active just in case. Jinju ran final checks on the jump ship. The dark pyramid loomed overhead. An experimental exo-chassis was secured in the ship's cargo hold, one foot in front of the other.
Yep. She left. Yay! she packed her stuff.
We got one.
You got one. Yay! Yeah, that's again not much here. Obviously, experimental exochassis is important because this is the exochassis that she will use for Ras, and we see a glimpse of it in later. We'll see a glimpse of it in the little drawn cutscene before Hunt, or she's just like shown working on it in the tower somewhere. And from then until Seraph, no word. Well, some words, but like it was kind of like words of like, yeah, she's still working on it. And
yeah, like she's in the tower. It's like in some spare room near it, kind of.
Where Osiris visits her, bothers. But yes, this was obviously like the whole Seraph is basically about concluding this specific thing, and we've been waiting for quite a long time. I feel like it should have been done a little bit earlier, probably.
But then where do you fit it in?
Yeah, where do you put it in? So it's kind of like, it's something we knew is gonna get, like, that they're gonna like do, but we never knew like when is that gonna happen, obviously, and so yeah. I think we at that point we knew that it would be Rasputin at the end before Lightfall. That was kind of it's either now or like when else are they gonna bring him? And yeah, we know what happened there, unfortunately. But after all that time, he was rebuilt in that experimental exo chassis. This is why the exo is not complete. Like, it doesn't have parts of the body. Because it was some kind of an experimental thing that Anna... because, like, he's not... Like, an exo is not exactly, like, a good fit for him exactly, completely, in a way. Because, like, he's a war mind, right? But then again, he was kind of in pieces anyway, because of what happened with the darkness. But yeah, she just wanted him to be back up. And unfortunately, we needed Clovis to help us. But it worked. We got him back, and he helped us, and he took the sacrifice route.
Mm-hmm.
And we are very, very, very brave about it.
I've not complained once.
Yeah, not even once. We've not cried, not even a little bit, about that cutscene. Where she's, unplugging him. That was...
Mm-hmm. I didn't cry once.
Same. Literally never.
I am completely normal about robots and any kind of, like, AI or...
Yeah, especially a robot that was, like, working on gaining personhood and, like, identity.
I've never been emotional about that, ever.
Yeah, I know. Completely out of character for you. But yeah, that's basically it. So, like, this was... we got the ending for Anna and Rasputin in Seraph. Just before Lightfall. And they basically... They wrapped up everything that we needed to know, really. And now Anna is kind of like... she can do something else at this point, and, like, they can do something with her again in the future. Something different.
She can be Hunter Vanguard, right?
Yeah, exactly. They can do something else with her, but they don't really have to, because, like, technically story is...
Yeah.
Like, she's now...
let her go be, like, happy with Cameron.
Yeah, she's now, like, basically at peace with her, like, everything. Like, there's nothing... Because she was very, very tied with Rasputin. Like, she could not leave that aside or leave that alone. And as Via killed... Yeah, she did. She was... I mean, everything killed me there. Like, Rasputin as well. Like, man, it's... okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay. But they gave us, like, I think, like, overall it was a pretty good... Like, it was a pretty good conclusion on that whole thing with Anna and Rasputin and rebuilding him and what he had to tell us and everything that he did tell us. Like, he confided a lot. Like, he did not have to tell us about all of his, like, little secrets and stuff, but he did. And he wanted, like, to apologize. He apologized to Osiris. Hell, like, you know.
Man.
The two of them talking was the best fucking thing ever.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Brian Delaney for being able to do the voice acting.
Yeah. But yeah, because like when they're like not the same season, then like kind of you can't really compare. But
Yeah.
like they were in the same season. You had Clovis on one side and Rasputin on the other. Completely different person.
This is the same guy who voices Saint, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of insane.
Yeah, insane. Clovis crimes were okay because we got to hear Elsie say, "I should have let you die on the operating table." Yeah, man.
This is fair.
The lines in Seraph were on fire. Genuinely, they cooked. Like all the interactions, like Mara and Clovis. Mara being like baffled about Clovis and how like annoying he is. Osiris regretting the fact that he suggested it. It was so good. Also, God, how mad he became when Clovis mentioned Saint.
Yep.
Like the change in tone, like instant.
The flip of that switch was phenomenal.
Yeah. It was like he's just kind of like talking casually, and then
like he's like, I am putting up with this guy, and then it's just like, if you touch him, you will die.
Literally.
Don't even think about him.
Yeah, literally, it was like, do not ever mention his name. It's insane. And obviously Osiris and Rasputin were really cool because Rasputin was Osiris was very pissy with him, like understandable. But Rasputin did try to be kind of like apologetic because he is. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Rasputin was truly like for an AI, he could not do anything more than he did, or anything different than he did.
Yeah.
And in the end, he chose to protect the traveler.
And feeling really normal about it.
Yeah, really, really, really normal. But that was Nazana. And another one concluded. Next. Whatever.
Is it big heavy side time again?
It is because So we continue with the fucking birds. This specifically is songbirds. Like just a whole.
It's also arrow.
Yeah. It's it's a whole. It's kind of like a whole category of specifically songbirds, which again makes sense because he is the songbird because he sings and likes music, so that makes sense, at least like sort of with what is happening, especially what's happening here. But what is happening here is again. We'll see. And we'll then talk about it, maybe, for a little bit.
A tiny bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. After the Guardian left his sanctum for the last time, Brother Vance collected his few belongings and stepped onto the scorching surface of Mercury. He found the entrance to the Infinite Forest easily, as though he had practiced the journey endlessly in his mind, because he had. This time, he went through. The forest roared. He was struck by the dizzying void of it. The echoes made no sense. He took his first step into the hallowed place and fell to his knees, vomiting. He struggles with his pack as a tempest beat on his eardrums. He withdrew his infinite simulacrum, impossibly small in this immense space, and with trembling fingers synchronized it to the frequency of the crack in the forest. It ticked like a metronome, and then silence. The forest was sealed. Tentatively, Vance felt his way across the enormous stone he stood on. At the same time, he skipped effortlessly from the stone as if he had done so countless times before. At the same time, he soared. He was moving in every direction, falling, laughing, singing, down every path into every reality, spreading his message of hope. And the original, the true Vance, felt his infinite parallels erupt from him. He felt them bear him up as they passed. "Thank you," he said wordlessly, unable to breathe from joy, and he felt 100,000 touches of reassurance. He found he was weeping. There, in the swirl of his golden echoes, Brother Vance lifted his voice and began his song. Some hope for... His own voice answered him from behind. "The future," it continued. Vance leapt toward it. He recognized the feel of his own cloak, and his hands found its throat. Its form twisted, turning cold and sharp beneath his hands. It threw Vance on his back, but he held on. He pushed his hands up the thing's face, under its blindfold, and dug in with his thumbs. It howled. How unfortunate, Vance thought to himself behind his wide smile, that you still have eyes.
What the fuck? Like, every time I think about this Lord's Tab, I lose my mind a little bit more, I think.
If anyone knows what this means, call me on the phone. Seems normal to me. So, again, a few, not really problems, but like things. They're like interesting, I guess. Infinite Simulacrum, again, mentioned in Trials and Tribulations. So if you haven't read that, you have no fucking clue what the hell this means. He built it before the pyramid arrived. And he built it by using Osirian lore to make that. Which I assume is like some notes that Osiris left somewhere. And since the cult had all kind of shit from Osiris because they pillaged everything that he owned, like his relics and his like machine for Sagira and like all of that stuff, they had that. And I think it's something like the cubes. Like maybe it doesn't look the same as it does for Osiris, but it might be something like the cubes because it is used to close the gate to the forest, to seal the forest. And that's how Osiris uses it. Like he uses it to open those portals in the forest and close them, obviously. So, and like synchronized to the frequency of the crack. So the crack in the forest is the thing that he mentioned to us. This is what we were doing. Like if we strike the cracks in the forest, he will be able to seal it.
Seal it from inside.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I think it's yes. Quantum cracks yawn in the forest. Mm-hmm. And then we strike this, and then he can seal it from within. So that's what this is referencing. And then he seals it, which is quite. The fact that he was able to do that is extraordinary because again, he's literally just a civilian.
Some guy.
He's just a civilian. Again, I say, girl, what? Yeah. Sometimes you just have to blind your past self and just like that. Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Yeah, we'll try and get to that. It's somehow.
We'll get there at the end.
Yeah, it's just. Again, he's a civilian, right? He doesn't have any specific powers or anything besides whatever the hell is going on with the tones and what may have happened to make him the implement of what for who. We don't know, but he basically he has the echoes, golden echoes, which is the same thing.
Specifically, echoes are not reflections.
Yes, at least that's what they use here. Yeah. For so, is there like a significance?
I mean, there's no way he'd be able to use the reflections because they're of the light. So
yeah. So Cyrus explains that the reflections are specifically manifestations of light, and if that still holds, like if that's still important. That is a very interesting question because he does have eyes. He lost his eyesight, but not his eyes.
But he's not his eyes, yeah.
Yes. But he might be just like saying like, well, you still have them, so I can blind you, kind of thing.
Mm.
But again, it's mentioned in Trials and Tribulations several times that he does, like he physically has eyes. They're just messed up. And obviously, like, and like, so there's a lot of his like copies around. Like as soon as he enters, like these copies kind of like split away from him, and he can feel them in like in the different realities. Like they're specifically realities.
Yeah.
Down every path into like, every reality, spreading and like again spreading his message of hope because that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to get into the forest to spread his message of hope into other realities, timelines. I guess I don't know if there would be a difference to this, but like it's used. Reality is used here specifically. I don't know how the forest would be able to affect the realities.
Yeah, because that's not.
The forest is a simulation engine. Like it can simulate possibilities. but it doesn't affect it doesn't affect the real world directly.
Like that was what the sundial was for.
Yes. And like when you're inside the forest, those realities are very much real to you.
Yeah.
Like one of the first things that we learn about the forest, Sagira tells us that, like, yes, everything in here is real enough to kill you.
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't split out of the forest essentially. So we don't know how that worked, but like maybe it's possible because like if there's like some kind of a connection in other, it's, we don't know. Lily says its current purpose is simulations, but perhaps the fear is that it could be made to affect reality. Yeah, that was actually part of the strike.
Yeah.
Trio probabilities. I hate that strike. A garden world is fine. You can stay. Baby boy and then evil. Trio probabilities. In trio probabilities, it was something like we have to stop them. We have to stop them. Yeah, we have to stop them before like their reality kind of like splits and like affects the actual reality outside of the forest. It was something like that. I know that it was like, I mean, it's just like a strike, but like it did get mentioned. Also, the theory from before, refined traces of Osiris. Maybe he found something that Osiris left behind that let him make those echoes. Also very possible. Very, very possible. Very possible because if anyone left anything in the forest, there's like a fly somewhere here. If anyone left anything in the forest, it was Osiris, and he clearly used Osiris's knowledge to make the thingy, the infinite simulacrum. So maybe he was able to find these like points that Osiris also affected, and then was able to do whatever he meant to do here, like especially to make the echoes, because we still don't know if the echo and reflection distinction is important. Like it's mentioned once. Maintenance. I could just go to weblore. I don't know why I did this. Okay. So this is the weblore. Yeah. In this weblore, maintenance operations log. We're not gonna read all of it, but it's
Talking about maintenance ops, man.
Yes. Osiris and Saint are talking. Here, this is in the season of the worthy. So when they immediately after they Saint is back, he's fine. They're talking together. And they talk about how Saint is gonna be leading trials now and all that stuff. And specifically, here, we live too long for regrets. You taught me that. Don't forget the House of Light. This is Osiris telling Saint to go talk to Mithrax. A year before Splicer, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And then Saint is like, if I can find the time, yes. Not all of us can conjure echoes. And then Osiris says, reflections, Saint. I have no need for echoes anymore. And then Saint, what do you mean? What's the difference? And then Osiris, one is a manifestation of light, reflections. The other, reserved for taken kings. Better suited for traversing the sundial because of what lies at its core. We have been unhinged about this for years.
Yeah, because then in Immolant,
he uses echoes.
He uses echoes, and it says echoes.
He uses echoes as well in What Gives Me Pause, which we've read.
Yeah.
To go into whatever.
Immediately after being like, I don't use those anymore.
Yeah.
And then not saying exactly what lies at the sundial's core either.
Yes.
There's another one.
But the implication is there's something dark. Because, reserved for taking kings. Because, again, Oryx had echoes as well. The echoes of Oryx were a thing in D1 as well, but also in D2, in the Reckoning, where there were, like, echoes of Oryx that you could fight. They're specifically Taken made. They're kind of like a Taken thing. But, so initially we thought, like, something Taken maybe inside. I know that Raph had a theory that it's the heart of Oryx.
Yeah. Not anymore.
But it could be anything.
It could be anything.
I
but
think it's Nezarec.
Yes, now
relic.
it makes more sense now that it's Nez.
Yeah.
It's a relic of Nez. But we
Yeah.
don't know. However,
Yeah.
something dark for sure. Like something of darkness is in the sundial because it was feeding on the light. It was whispering. Drifter was very concerned about it. Like Drifter.
Like Drifter was like, "Are you sure about this, Chief? Because I'm not. This isn't a good
Yes.
idea. Please don't explode the universe."
Yes, and Drifter specifically is very interesting here because obviously Drifter helped with the engineering part, with the math, but Drifter took a piece of Nezarec. He had a relic. He could have easily given it to Osiris. Like, the two of them being specifically involved is like kind of suspect. And also, obviously, the Scions were drawn to the sundial, Nezarec influenced Scions, and also all of the shit with consciousness, darkness, mind splitting, forking. Nezarec had the veil on his ship for a long time. We don't know, but specifically here, like reflections or manifestations of light. Again, we don't know if this is like a meaningful distinction. Like, does it matter in the game story at all, or is it just kind of like Osiris being Osiris and he's, doing that?
He's being pedantic, and it feels important to him.
Yeah, because he does that. Like Osiris just does that. Like he would
They're
make.
not robots.
Yeah, he would make this distinction even if it doesn't really do anything. But like, this has been very concerning because he did something to get Saint back. Also, yeah, a lot of people were thinking that it's Hamkara, but as of Wish, that's completely debunk, I think.
Yeah.
Because
there's a voice line specifically about it.
Riven specifically is like, well, you could have used an Hamkara Wish to bring back Saint. And he's like, whatever, bro. He would have said, I did, actually, if he did that. So, it would be some kind of a reaction from him if he actually did use an Hamkara.
Yeah.
And also, he would have succeeded.
Yeah.
If you use the Wish.
The cost would have been something else.
Yes, yes.
It
because a
wouldn't have
Hamkara
been
Wish
doing it.
will give you what you want. It's just there's a cost. A great bait. I rate 8 out of 8. Literally. I mean, Riven could have literally just said that about Sagira. Like, why not use Sagira as a bait?
Yeah, that was the big thing that we said at the time, was like, if she was gonna do that, it would have been Sagira, because at least that would like actually be tempting.
Yeah, because like with Saint, like he's already back. Who cares?
Yeah, because like she sat there being like, "Oh, you broken warlock" and all that. Like.
Yeah. So it's So something happened there for real, and are these refined traces of Osiris? Like, have there been like traces of Osiris that could be used to create the echoes? Maybe, but like, how would he even know that?
Yeah.
In the first place. It's very strange. Especially because it doesn't appear like he did anything for this to happen. Like, because the forest is sealed, fine, and then he kind of starts walking across the stone, and then immediately at the same time, there's these other hymns from other realities everywhere. Like, his infinite parallels erupt from him.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it was like something he did on purpose. Probably. And obviously they like react, and they lift him up, they laugh together, they sing together. Like, it's kind of very
it's euphoric, like.
Yes, because
he has done the thing he came here to do, and
yes, and he's finally in the forest as well. He did something that he wanted to do for a long time, and which makes it very, very peculiar to me that he starts singing himself, and his own voice replies, and he immediately is antagonistic towards it.
Because, and here's the thing, he knows about what all of the other echoes are doing.
Yeah.
This one, I don't think that's what it is.
I don't know. So, because like if this is also, if it is the same one, it's very, very, very strange that he would be happy about the others.
Yeah.
Like, happy to the point of crying. Like, unable to breathe from joy. Like, he's happy about all of the other parallels. And then he starts singing, and then one of them replies, and he's like immediately, I gotta kill it.
Yeah.
Like, why
Because
this one in particular?
its form twisted, turning cold and sharp beneath his hands. I think it's a Vex.
Yeah, I think it's
I
like
think
simulation.
it's a simulation of him.
Yeah. However,
because he's not a light bearer.
Yeah, he can be simulated. And the Vex obviously simulate him
as he is,
with a blindfold.
But it can see.
Yes, because to them, a blueprint of a human is a human can see. They've simulated other people before. You know, the Ishtar scientists.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's still strange though.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing to happen. Like,
it's a very, very weird thing to happen, especially because I think that the implication here is that this is why he is blind. Like in some sort of because again, reality, like affecting realities. That this is a kind of like a roundabout way of like what happened to him. Because he never, I mean, he doesn't really talk about it, but he does mention it once. And it's not very. It doesn't get like explained fully, but a near-death experience in which I lost my eyesight.
Yeah, like it's really odd. It's on Prophecy 4.
Yeah, I already have it open. Don't worry about it. Quoting from memory. But yeah, it's a near-death experience in which I lost my eyesight. He did have some lines in D2, so I'm not taking into consideration D1 because he lied a lot in D1 for reasons that we explored last week. In D2, however, there was one line where or two or something where he's like, "Oh, I gave my sight to Osiris," or like for the belief, for the faith, which kind of like implies that he did it on purpose, but it doesn't seem that way from this lore tab. And this is at the same time, so this was in Curse, and the voice lines are from Curse, so it's not like from what he wrote himself, it doesn't seem like it was a purposeful thing. Like something happened to him. But does it connect to this at all? We don't know. Also, yeah, target reduction. Yeah, we talked about target reduction last time as well.
Yeah.
A lot of people. So the main theory for this specifically is that this is a darkness clone, which makes no sense to me for several reasons. Number one,
the golden sharp thing just says Vex to me.
Yes.
So
I think it was Bife. I think it was Bife who interpreted this as stasis. Which again, several reasons why this makes no sense. Number one, the darkness clone thing is a very rare thing. We've only seen it twice. We've seen it with the Young Wolf and with the Kentark 3 fire team. Specifically, Lisbon 13 talked mostly about this, but the clones appear to Rakana and Yardarm as well. So that's one problem. Like, it's very rare for this to happen. Number two, it only ever happened to Guardians. The Darkness clone is the Witness. It's the witnesses, like the Witness is doing this.
Yeah.
The Witness did this to Guardians to tempt them. Like, it offered something to them. It offered something to us. It talked to us a lot about how salvation, blah, blah, blah. It did the same thing to Lisbon and to his fire team as well. And even went as far as to offer Lisbon basically a wish, which Lisbon took. And he said that he wants to forget his fire team because he ended up killing them. He had to kill them because they attacked him. Mm-hmm. They got completely corrupted by darkness.
Yeah.
And I think we're at the third problem, paracausality. Like, how is a paracausal clone of darkness and stasis inside of the infinite forest?
Yeah.
Also, fourth problem. fourth problem, this is before the Oinkening, right? Like, as we leave, he goes into the forest. And he seals it. So unless the timeline is very, very, very tight.
Which I would be surprised by.
Yeah, he sealed the forest, and then the planet was yoinked. So if the witness wanted to get in there... nothing, you can't get in there. Right? So how would it be a darkness clone? Also, 5. Problem number 5.
You're really good at maths, we know this.
Yes. Problem number 5. The darkness clone. So it happened to Young Wolf and to Kentuck 3. In the Black Garden. Both of those are in the Black Garden only. So like the two examples that we have are in the Black Garden, and they're Witness's clone trying to bait Guardians and like offer them things. And this is
this is just straight up an attack.
Like, yes. Yes.
This is something trying to stop him doing whatever he's doing in the forest.
Yeah. And there's no like offering, there's no talk of salvation, there's no there's nothing.
There's like, no bargain, it's just like
and it's
an attack.
It just makes no sense to me that this would be like, what makes more, again, Occam's razor, what is more likely that this is like the one very strange and unique situation in which the darkness clone appeared inside of the infinite, like inside of the Vex space, not in the Black Garden, not to a Guardian, without ever like saying anything at all besides just answering to the song, or this is a Vex simulation in the Vex simulation engine. Like, it makes more sense that it's a Vex simulation because we are in the Vex simulation engine, like the biggest one, actually, as a matter of fact. So, but then what does it mean? I don't know. And what does it mean for any potential future content about the Vex or Mercury or the forest or anything? We don't know. Lily also agrees that it's the Vex.
Yeah.
It would also mean the events were somewhat integral to the final shape, which would probably have come up by now. Yeah, that was true in the Witness and the Clone. But also very, very, very true. Like, I can see, again, the implement. For what? For who? We don't know. But if he was in some way integral still, it wouldn't need a clone. Like, he was already messed up by the Witness. If we are taking the theory that the tones and the spires messed him up. Like, it wouldn't need a clone. And again, the problem is, how would the clone even get there? It would be very, very, very strange that the one time the clone appeared not in the Black Garden, and that somehow managed to enter a Vex space where the Vex can't really deal with paracausality, or like...
it's like the Black Garden's different.
Yes. Yes, especially because Soul Divisive, obviously, and like Blackheart is there and, well, was there. Maybe you'll be again there, who knows? But like, it's... But I think it would definitely be a lot more integral if it was the Witness doing this.
Yeah. There'd be something else going on.
Yeah. Like, almost 100%. Like, there would be some sort of a... There would be something. There would have to be something else.
Yeah.
And it would probably be described as well in some other way. Like, Cold and Sharp can just be like a Vex frame, or like maybe a simulation just feels that way.
Yeah, Cold and Sharp says robot, says metal, says Vex, right? Like,
also, this is the same way that Darkness. This is the same. I think I have to point out is that the way he described the Darkness tones were Sharp and Cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
So soft and warm and sharp and cold were always the tones, the two tone note. But this is clearly like a feeling thing. It's texture, so it's not.
Like, he describes sound differently.
Yeah, and he describes his own, like, he can feel his own cloak, and he immediately attacks it, even though he didn't do.
And like,
anything
like,
similar
its
to any
form
of the others.
twisted. Like, that's...
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then it attacked back, obviously. Again, the Darkness clone just wouldn't do that. Like, it doesn't fight.
It would have bargained.
Yeah.
Or, like, tried to convince him that he was wrong. Like,
yeah.
That's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing with the clones. Like, they talk to you. They didn't do anything else to any of the others.
Like, they take that shape for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah. They do. And obviously, like, the whole thing, like, it has the blindfold, but it still can see. Is like, why would the...
Which means, like, it can't defend itself when he blinds it.
Yeah. Which, if this is like a Vex thing, it makes sense that they would make a mistake.
Yeah.
Because the Vex wouldn't be able to tell that he's blind. Like, they can just see that he has a blindfold, but, like, to them, a human being has eyes.
Yeah.
Which, obviously, he still has, but, like, he doesn't have eyesight, so to them, it's just... They can't make, like, a copy have this kind of a defect, basically. Like, they wouldn't be able to understand that this is something that's... I mean, as far as we know, obviously.
Yeah.
And we don't know anything else. Like, we don't know what this means. There is a possibility that this is kind of like, since he did this to a copy, it reflected in the past, in another, like, through the timeline. And this is what happened to him. But, like, it may not necessarily be at all.
Yeah, I think it's, like, just that is an unrelated thing.
It's possible that it's unrelated.
It's like, it feels weird for it not to be related, but, like,
yeah, it feels like it would be there for, like, a specific, like, kind of a purpose, because, like, one of the main things about him is, like, he's blind, right? And so like, it also makes sense that this is what he would do to someone else.
Yeah, because it puts him.
Yes.
Yeah, it puts him on, like, a on an advantage.
Yes. The Vex and the Witness are fighting for who can be the most ableist. They first have to beat Feora. I don't think they can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you missed it, Feora was straight up like, congrats, you're disabled for a reason, TM.
Yeah, she said that. She literally told him that.
Yeah.
In a really manipulative way, so it kind of made him also believe that.
Because before that, he's referring to it as his affliction and all that kind of shit.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why, like, because I think that, like, his blindness, like, had a lot to do, because of what she said specifically, that, like, it had a lot to do with why he believed he could hear the tones in the first place, and that's why he maybe believed, like, he has to do that to himself. Like, if he was I mean, but, like, if we have to know then that he could do that.
Yeah, which he wouldn't know beforehand, so...
Unless he knows that, like, whatever happened to him, like, the near-death experience was, like, not something that he could understand in general. Like, he doesn't know what happened to him. And as he gets here,
he's clinging to it, yeah.
Yeah, and as he gets here, he realizes, oh, I did this. I have to do this for everything else to happen that happened.
Mm.
But, like, that's... we could go into any theory at this point, because...
yeah.
This is the ending. Like, this is the last we've heard of him ever. For now. He does this.
Bit of Feora, but...
Yeah. He does this, and that's, like, the end of his thing. Like, that's the last thing we know he did. And so that's why, like, it has to be, like, it has to mean something. And I just don't know how they would pick up, like, how they would, like, continue from this point. Because, like, what would we be able to do? Like, he would have to... We can't get into the forest unless someone else can open it. Like, because he sealed it from within, specifically. So unless he's somehow still alive and he can open it again, or we can open it instead of him, we can't know what happened to him. Because he's inside of the forest. So even if Mercury is back, it's still... Like, the question is the forest going to be back? Are we going to be able to access the forest at all? And are we ever going to be able to find out what happened? I think that, like, we should. know at least like why the forest, like why Mercury was taken, and it's most likely the forest. Like what like what else would it be, really? Obviously the lighthouses, the spires and tones and stuff. Like there's something going on here, but I think that, I mean, Vance believed that the spires, the lighthouses, the tones, and the pyramid and the forest are all connected. So, are they? We don't know, because you could make fanaticism out of this. Yeah.
Yep, it is almost kind of like that's the whole thing.
Yep. Yep. And yeah, that's the last thing. And again, this is the only thing that we don't have any. We don't have anything that like continues this. I don't know, like, the problem with, I learned a lot of people are like, because of target, I'm just looking at Lily's message again. A lot of people are saying that because of targeted redaction, that like Vance basically erased himself somehow from time.
But that doesn't make any sense because Saint knows who he is.
Yes, and I think we mentioned this last time as well, but like a lot of people are saying, well, Saint knows who he is because Saint kind of has a connection to the forest.
So does Osiris.
Yes, so does Osiris. But like Osiris, maybe kind of like because he's lightless, we could like go into details. However, a better point is that Vance is mentioned by Ikora.
Yeah.
In Splicer. People know who he is. He's like logged as a missing vendor who is most likely dead. Like officially. So.
Yeah.
We went in depth about targeting reduction last time.
Good.
We were normal about that.
Immensely, as ever.
Yeah, Saint knows him. Yeah, Saint knows him as well. And Saint would, as I mentioned last time as well, Saint would be very upset, I think.
Because he's a Titan.
He's a Titan.
Yeah, it's specifically Osiris, and it's repeated not just in the lore tab itself, but in the flavor text for the lore tab too.
Yes, so that's like an important point.
And that doesn't happen.
Yes.
That doesn't happen very much.
Yeah, it's an important point. And as we said, like, if you want to, like, I'll link you, like, the timestamp when we start going off about targeted redaction from last time, because I think, like, we spent an hour on just that. It's strange. And it's strange that...
Everything about it's weird, like...
Literally, we went into every single detail about it. Everything is weird, and it's weird... it's weird that
response is weird.
Yes, the deep is weird in general because we had two lore tabs that mentioned one obviously targeted redaction mentioned Vance, and an unexpected resurgence mentioned Feora. Two of the cultists.
Feora specifically hassling Sheora as well.
Yeah, Feora hassling Sheora again with the manipulative bullshit and targeting people who are vulnerable. And, like, there are two cultists that have not been relevant in years. Why were they mentioned? And specifically in, like, such a concerning way. Especially the targeted redaction thing. I know,
like that
again, I know that people are like, well, it's a joke, haha. And, like...
Saint wouldn't have responded like that if it was a joke.
It's a whole thing. We'll link you. There's a lot of issues. I can count the problems again.
Do that will be here all night.
Yeah. I feel like the Vex are getting into position ready for when destroy the witness. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens to the Traveler, the main pieces on the board could be removed, yeah. This may be the future they foresaw in the Infinite Forest. Possible. And, like, what would they still be doing? Like, there are questions about the forest now that it's sealed. Like, has the sealing been completely successful, right? Like, has the witness been completely barred from entering? We don't know. Have the Vex been completely barred from entering? We don't know. What about the Vex inside of the forest? Have they been able to still be in the forest? We don't know.
Can they leave? Like...
Yeah. Did this help them? Like, did Vance sealing the forest help the Vex keep the forest in their own hands and not be, like, interfered with by anyone else? We don't know. Did this help the witness in some way? We also don't know. Like, we genuinely have no idea what the forest... And the forest is capable of a lot of things.
Yeah.
So what does it mean that he sealed it? Why was he drawn to sealing it? Because he essentially...
Like, who influenced him?
Yeah, he went in there to die to seal the forest.
Yeah.
Like, again...
Like, he thought it was important enough to die. And, like,
yeah.
He's a crazy cultist. Like...
Yeah, he's a crazy cultist, but, like, about Osiris? Not really about, like...
Yeah.
I mean, he did have a death wish before as well, so it's not really a new thing for him, but... how Spexios you're in mind? Literally me. Could you fucking imagine Vance gets converted into a Vex? Yeah. That would be actually Pog. That would be actually Pog. Like, he converts the Vex to join us. Because they're obsessed with Osiris.
Okay, but can you imagine the arguments between him and Asher?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. I do also think it would be a bit odd for both of them to do that.
Yes, that's another thing that's very interesting, because what happened to Asher is and Vance is kind of very similar.
Like, they both went in to stop the witness or the dark at the time.
Yeah. But like they both enter like a Vex construct complex thing to stop the darkness from like getting to the Vex. Except Vance obviously didn't specify that way. Vance specified, I need to get into the forest to spread hope to the lightless through other realities.
Yeah.
And then as he gets there, he does indeed do that. Like, he goes in and starts singing his song, and like, you know, he wants to do what he said he would do. Like, he didn't like go in and do something completely different.
Yeah.
Besides this, obviously, which I don't know if he knew. Like, it's the way it happens is that gets me.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a sudden thing, right? Like, he starts singing almost like a bait.
Mm-hmm.
And then it replies.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, that's the one that's like different or faulty or whatever. And he immediately goes for the attack. Like, he didn't do that for any of the others. So Mizrax seems convinced he can save Asher from... Yeah, he really does. Except Asher is not savable. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Not in a way that we would think of him being saved. Like,
we might be able to get him out of the Vex net, but he wouldn't be Asher as we knew him.
Yes, he wouldn't like have...
he wouldn't have a physical body in the same way.
Yeah, he would be
maybe
like a harpy, I guess.
Get him into an exo or something, but
yeah. Next expansion, Destiny to Time Break, it will feature a dark and moody version of Hope for the Future by Radiohead. You're speaking it into existence again.
See, like, I like a dark and moody version.
Yes, I do think that it should be.
Radiohead, but like,
I think that it should be dark and moody because of how
just not.
Thank you, Lily. Because of how he describes the tones, mostly.
Maybe I should record one on a ukulele. That'd be funny.
Yeah. Oh, you have to. Yeah, you have to do that for when because I'll have to sing it when Mercury returns. So we'll do.
I'll practice it.
We'll do a dark and moody version. You'll.
On ukulele.
Yes, of course. I'll provide the vocals.
Known for being a dark and moody instrument.
Oh, absolutely. And then you'll provide the. And then we'll submit for the movie of the week.
Jesus. You still need to put your reading of...
I have to, like, cut it out.
Send that in the pin. If you don't, I will do it for you. So, like, you've got to, like, get back.
Get an acoustic bass so we got a full, like, band ready to go. But yeah,
I mean, you can get ukulele basses.
Yeah.
They got big thick rubber strings on, but you can get them.
Net zero information about Vance's chapters. Nothing was gained. We learned nothing new, except we are more confused, and none of this has been resolved in any way, shape, or form. There has been like a hint, I guess, with Deep, sort of, kind of like, hey, you guys remember this kind of a thing. And obviously Osiris was like, no. But Osiris must know, obviously. When we read Immolant, and we will read Immolant, maybe when you come back, because that's chronologically next.
Yeah.
When we read Immolant, we will go into it again, because Osiris mentions him, like, He knows who Vance is. Like, yes, he was cringe.
Because he's pissy about it.
Yeah, it was cringe and it was fail. But he does know him. He knows him by name.
Yeah.
And mentions him like while he's like crying to Saint. Like, and obviously like tones. He continued the research. Like he was very concerned about the tones, even after yoinkening and stasis and everything. So interesting, very interesting. We don't know what any of this means. And it ends so abruptly as well. Like it just ends with like no, because all the others go through like some kind of a resolution of sorts. Like, you know, Asher went into the Pyramidion and like brought the lake down. Sloane like commences her battle. Anna evacuates, and meanwhile he's just like fighting himself in the forest.
Like totally normal.
Yeah, totally normal. Yeah. Like, it feels like his part is, like, the most concerning, but, like, the only one we know nothing about. Like, he was trying to do something, but we don't know what it means. And, like, if it helped us, or if it helped our enemies, maybe accidentally. We just have no clue. So you understand what kind of a stress I'm under? Yeah, the final quest X. Yeah, I was about to.
Yeah.
We can actually listen. Because it's Zavala.
So this is how it ends. Anna Bray will join us in the tower with what she salvaged of Rasputin. But the rest... Let Brother Vance chase shadows. We can waste no more time trying to stop him. Ashamir will stand and fight. He still has the heart of a Guardian. And Deputy Commander Sloane. She plans to meet the pyramid above Titan head-on, one woman against the darkness. What more could I have done? I tried to unite the Vanguard, and now we lie splintered in the face of the Dark Fleet. All we have left is our faith. Faith in the Traveler. Faith in the light. Faith in you.
No pressure, bestie.
Yep. Without another word, Zavala hands you a weapon, and it is the Traveler's chosen. Us. What more could I have done? Nothing,
Yeah.
bestie. You did your best. Like, you can't.
Like,
these people are
you
not
are
normal.
not responsible
Yeah.
for everything.
Yeah. It'd be funny if we got into the forest and Vance is fucking jacked from spending years fighting himself. Yeah. In all likelihood, if we ever get into the forest, he'll be dead.
Yeah. Because, like, they will learn from that first one.
Yeah.
Like, he'll blind the first one and maybe kill it. But after that...
Like, again, it's a simulation engine. Technically, like, you
Yeah.
can simulate, like, a safe room where you can,
But
like,
also,
just
like...
be
you know.
there. Because, like, because Saint didn't have a way to manipulate the forest.
Yeah.
He does. But I don't think that he, like a civilian, a lightless guy, like, I don't think that he, like, very unlikely that he would be alive.
Maybe in one of the versions of him would be, but
Yeah.
not,
Like, again,
not the original.
possible. Anything is possible, but, like, unlikely. It is unlikely. Also, yes, Zavala is certainly having a time of his life, probably. Like, the worst time of his life. So, you know, it's not good. And that's the end of the thingy. That's the end of the quest and end of the whole thing. And as we said multiple times, all of the stuff has been resolved except Mercury and Vance. It would make sense for them to resolve it. This is also why I am going insane every day. Because I needed... Yes, I need this to be resolved. It needs to be a full circle. They resolved all the others. It would just make sense for all of them to be resolved. Please. it would just be like something that I think is almost necessary in a way.
Yeah, it needs because they have dealt with the others. Like if they'd never ever brought the other ones back and never dealt with them, then fine. But like
yeah, like Anna, sure, because she left.
Yeah.
But the others did not really need to. Like they could have just said that they're all dead, because in Splicer, where when Ikora explains like sources of heroes to Matrax and stuff, she does like the Vanguard officially considered all of them dead, including Vance. Like he is mentioned as, he's one of the dead people that we unfortunately have to also honor. But like they considered Asher and Sloane dead, so it didn't need to. Like even if they returned the planets, they could have still been like, well, they died.
Fucking died.
Yeah, fucking died, because we expected them to be dead. Like hell, this whole time, like I was like, well, Sloane has a chance, but like unlikely that she would be alive. But like she could be, but like it's but they went with she's alive, so clearly they do care about like kind of closing these things. So it would make sense, especially because Mercury is concerning in general. Not like besides just Vance, Mercury is it's the most thoroughly converted Vex planet.
Yeah.
They made the whole simulation engine, and clearly that means something to them. Sloane could solo the Witness at this point, 100%. If you want to stay on topic, Ritual Armor from Beyond Light, we can quickly take a look at that. What was it called? It was called
the hunt stuff.
No, it's specifically like a Beyond Light thingy. I'll see a Cinder Pinion.
Yeah.
No, Calamity Rig.
Yeah.
Calamity Rig? No, it's not. It's Cinder Pinion. Calamity Rig is the Drifter.
Calamity Rig is Gambit, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, Cinder Pinion. I know. Let's do the Warlock one. Is it one? No, wait. No, we're stupid. It's not. They're throwing new grenades. That's the Crucible one. Did chat help us? Chat is not there anymore. Cinder Pinion. No, yeah, Cinder Pinion is a Crucible.
Yeah.
We'll find it. No, that's the raid. Micah. Phobos Warden? It's Phobos Warden.
Yeah.
This one for sure. This one for sure. It is. Yeah, of course. That's the Vanguard.
Vanguard. Yeah.
Thing. Wait, is it? It is.
Phobos Warden is, yeah.
Yes, it is. So I'm fine, says Zavala. Sure.
Well, we know that's a lie, Chief.
Oh, that's a lie. Anyway, this thing was just it was Zavala having daydreams, essentially, about what would have been if they did evacuate. A lot of people miss that. A lot of people think like that's some kind of weird Beyond Light thing, but no. Zvara stared at blank pages at his desk. He sat up his back to the window. Traveler shone brightly outside, but there was little warmth in its light. Since its reformation, Zavala found it strangely unfamiliar. Its size made everything else seem smaller somehow. That is also true, because I also felt kind of weird when it reformed. Shifted in his seat and tried to relax his shoulders. He reached up to rub his temples and found he was clenching his jaw. Me too, bestie.
I was gonna say.
He stretched his neck and placed his palms flat on his desk. His hands were cold. He knew where it ended, but he didn't know how to begin. This is because he was doing, he was writing the speech. Blank pages at his desk.
Yeah.
He was writing a speech to address the people after the yoinkening and all the stuff that's happening.
Yeah, it's the Beyond Light intro speech, isn't it?
Yeah. And he's having daydreams. Stay strong, be brave. So the daydream here is about the pyramid stones. Well, not really stones, but like something. Osiris walked into the office without hesitation, as if it were his own. I like how Zavala imagines Osiris. So this has not happened.
Yeah.
But Zavala sees Osiris like this. Zavala.
I mean, he did do that in Immolant anyway.
Yeah. Zavala looked up and pushed his blank papers aside. Osiris, he said, you don't seem to be taking your exile very seriously of late. I treat it with the same regard you give its enforcement, sniffed the warlock as he crossed his arms. It's just really cool to see how he imagines these people. Zavala raised his eyebrow, but saw traces of a smile around Osiris's eyes. He leaned back in his chair and gestured for him to continue. I bring hope from an unexpected source, Osiris said. There is a devotee of Minor Mercury, a certain Brother Vance, stationed just outside the Infinite Forest. His point of view is unique, but it may be more valuable than I had anticipated. Osiris opened his hand and cast a small projection, a fleet of pyramid ships. Since the Traveler's Reformation, Brother Vance has been studying prophecies where such an event took place. He believes he has discovered a way to stop the pyramids. A spider web of trajectories crisscrossed the projection. There was a flash and the pyramid ships melted into Osiris's palm. Zavala leaned forward. He found this by studying simulated realities. Specifically, realities where the pyramids invade our system and the Traveler reforms, Osiris said. In all the realities where the city survives, Brother Vance believes there is a common thread. I know Vance, Zavala said carefully. Can we put our future in his hands? Future hope. You get what they're doing?
Yeah, I do.
Osiris bristled reflexively, but then made a reconciliatory gesture. We have seen more than our share of tomorrows, wouldn't you agree? We have done so through the strength of our community. The warlock laced his fingers together. Brother Vance, he is one man true, but so were you, so was I. It would be unwise to dismiss what his future may hold. Interesting. We have no choice. The future is coming soon enough. Osiris, probably help me. Help me.
Yeah.
So this is interesting because, like, clearly Zavala knew, because in order for Zavala to have this daydream, he needs to know this about Vance, right? He has to know about this about Osiris. So, like, another point of interest, because Osiris telling him about Vance means that Osiris did tell real Zavala about this. Yeah. So, like, Osiris knows Vance is the point.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be forgetting him. Or forgiving him, to be honest. The slip. But, like, very interesting that this is the thing that he imagines that he would be doing. Also interesting that because with the others they show up in person, Vance doesn't.
Yeah.
It's the only different one. But like something like by studying simulated realities, there's a common thread. Like, and what is the thread? We don't know, because again, Zavala is just imagining this, so it's not.
It's not real.
Yeah. But like an interesting maybe hint or like look into what possibly may have been happening, but like it just points to the fact that that the pyramids came from the Infinite Forest, and that the Infinite Forest was like a reason for any of this to happen.
Yeah, and it's and largely the point of the tap is like Zavala is not doing well.
Yes.
Like that's what those are about. But like
the point is kind of
other stuff in them.
Yeah, so the point is kind of Zavala being like like he's having these daydreams of how this could have gone differently, and like what Zavala wants. Zavala wants someone to have found out a way to stop the pyramids.
Yeah.
So this is the point of this one. But again, interesting. Unwise to dismiss what his future may hold. It could mean something. It doesn't have to, but like.
Yeah.
Again, this one is again the most baffling, because it's not Vance himself; it's Osiris. Talking about it. So. Because again, the others are different.
Probably because Zavala doesn't want to think about talking to Vance.
Probably, yeah, because Vance was sending him strange messages.
Mm-hmm.
So, then you have Asher. The silence in Zavala's office was interrupted by a burst of static over comms. Yeah.
I was gonna say, to be fair, Osiris also sends him strange messages, like.
That is also true.
My husband that I love him. No, wait, I'll tell him.
Yeah, that is also true. Yeah, that is true. Asher nasal voice rang shrilly over the speakers. Ikora was unavailable, he said impatiently. Asher, Zavala into the comms. What have you got for me? Oh, just some raves about how best to handle the encroaching pyramids, if that sort of thing is of any interest to the Vanguard, Asher said. Again, imagining Asher as he is. Go on, said Zavala. I analyzed the paracausal shockwaves from the Traveler's recent inexplicable pulse. This shows us that this is after the reformation of the Traveler, so like this is not actually real, because Asher at this point is in the Vex network, in the Pyramidion. I believe I could assemble a machine that would allow us to render these malicious polyhedrons inert. Asher paused. Vulnerable. Does that appeal to you? How does it work? Zavala asked. Asher made a noise of deep dissatisfaction. I could either build the machine or explain its purpose to you. Both would take equal amounts of time. Zavala smiled. Build your machine, he replied. Is there anything you require of me? Asher considered him for a moment. No, I anticipated nothing more than your tacit approval, so I'm already thrilled with this conversation. Asher said, not sounding thrilled. I will do the same thing I always do. Find answers, then I will deliver them to you, and you can use them for to form some sort of a plan. How does that sound? Zavala took a breath. Agreeable. Very well. Do try to manage your enthusiasm. Asher said dryly. The signal went dead, and Zavala was once again alone in his office. Zavala disconnected from the call and looked down at the blank pages in front of him. There was another burst of interference as the audio system squealed against the forced reconnection. And thank you, said Asher's voice over the speakers. That will be all. Very, very Asher.
Yeah.
Zavala's mental image of Asher is immaculate.
It's so good.
Yeah. Oh, Lily wrote quite a lot. I think just think of the potential of everyone who stayed behind. Yeah, even Vance, who he didn't know as anyone about a fanatic. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to the moon. Nothing bad ever happens there. Yeah. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Everyday Immolant exists.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would you rather it didn't?
I think. I mean, you know, if it didn't happen.
Should it have been a cutscene?
Yeah, it should have been. It should have been a cutscene. I think the whole thing, just Sagira exploding, is a cutscene.
Cease. I know you don't mean it, but it's bad enough hearing it.
I know. I can't believe I said that. It was very difficult. But the bit demanded it. And then Sloane, Deputy Commander Sloane, sighed as she entered Zavala's office. She fell into the chair opposite his and waited for a moment. Head down, elbows on her knees. Finally she spoke. Somebody's selling pretzels in the hangar. They're all out now, but I could smell them when I docked. Zavala leaned over his stack of blank paper. So this is only repeating that he's writing. He's trying to write the speech.
Yeah.
They're very good, he confided. They have little containers of beer mustard, too. Sloane looked up and shook her head in disbelief. I've been away too long, she said. It's good to see you, Zavala said. Sloane stretched out in the chair. She looked comfortable. Listen, he began. You've held Titan against the Fallen for long enough, and I figured you could use a change of scenery. You've heard about the uprising on Europa. I'd be grateful for your expertise. The woman sized him up. A smirk played across her chapped lips. You want me on the front lines again? She asked. Must be a very credible threat. Zavala looked down. I'd go myself if I could, he said. We're being hit on all sides. I feel as though I'm just barely holding the system together. His mouth was tight, but his eyes were pleading. Sloane leaned forward and placed her hand on his desk. Don't worry, she said. We've survived many horrors. We'll survive this one too.
And
he wanted her to be back so badly.
Yeah.
There's no higher authority than the bit. This. But like, man. I feel as though I'm just barely holding the system together. And like, in not a daydream, he quite literally isn't, because the planets are gone. Like, it's not good.
It is a lot of pressure to be on one person's shoulders, I'll say that.
Yeah. And then this is like when he's no longer in the daydream. There was a soft knock on the door, and a technician tentatively poked his head inside the office. The system is ready, Commander. Zavala looked across his desk. No echo of the past called out to him, no guilt-driven daydream. Just a young man from the city, nervous about disturbing the commander. Zavala rose to his feet. He stood and braced himself against the desk for a long moment, arms wide. He took a steady breath and nodded. The technician synced the office systems and initiated the broadcast, then stepped aside as Zavala approached. Sir, he whispered urgently, gesturing to the neat stack of pages left behind on the desk. Your speech. Zavala left the papers where they were and began to speak. People of the last city, humanity has endured a devastating blow. He didn't write the speech.
And the rest of it, the rest of it is just the drawn cutscene from the beginning of Beyond Light.
Yeah. At least we get to see Osiris and Saint. And
One last time.
Yeah.
With the kid on his shoulders.
Yeah, Saint with the kid on his shoulders.
Like, we know he does it, but seeing it's really nice.
It is. It's really nice. I believe that was kind of like them watching the Traveler reform.
Yes, it was.
That was the last moment of peace they had.
Mm-hmm.
I'm normal about that.
Because after that, he was like, right, okay, gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Need to do something.
Yeah, and then he goes spiraling into Immolant, which is next to read, but not next week, in 2 weeks.
Yes.
It will take a while.
I'll be back on Wednesday at very late o'clock, so I could do Thursday.
Interesting. We'll see.
A little bit out of it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Immolant will take a while, so
it might be a 2-week thing.
Yes, it might be. Or
we'll see how far we get.
One incredibly long stream. But
can we talk about Immolant for longer than we can play GMs? Probably yes.
Yes, 100%. Also, I believe there was something in the TWID which we'll quickly check, because apparently some information about Oryx. Visits. No, that's wrong. Not that. Here. Twimmed. This week in Destiny. New boss profile for the Pantheon. Okay, this is what we're interested in. Open access. Okay. Okay, we're skipping this one. Hunter. Oh, exotics. Oh, this is a lot of information. I hope someone can summarize, like Jay or Mal or something.
From what I understand, there's spoilers for Lightfall in this. Or
Lightfall?
Yeah!
Lightfall!
I mean, if you're getting spoilers for Lightfall, then, wow?
Business. Oryx!
We have a Lily.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I wanted, there's some brain rot here, so...
Yeah, absolutely. You can stay. Let's read. This is Lily. Hi, Lily. Vanguard Guardian Dispatch All Points Bulletin. Defenders of the city. You are tasked with the elimination of the following target. Oryx, the Taken King. But we've killed him. He's very Fortnite colors here.
I don't think that's what they expected people's response to be to this, to be honest. But
no, the Fortnite colors thing was when King's Fall came back. One of the major complaints was that it was brightly lit.
Yeah.
Because the lighting engine has changed since D1.
Yeah.
And because Oryx is pink, because his head's pink.
Yeah.
They were complaining that he was now Fortnite colors and it was better in D1
Awful sentence. Thank you. Yeah, that was the genuine. That was genuine.
You can see him. Because you can
why
see
do people say these things?
Genuine drama. That was genuine drama.
Yeah, people were really kicking off about it. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, oh my god, it's it was better colored in D1 where the engine was different.
The
I think we should be allowed to kill.
Yeah.
At this point.
Classification: Hive God, first navigator and king of the Osmium Court, brother to Savathun and Zivu Arath, father to Crota. Just to Crota?
Just Crota.
What about Iranuk and Irhalak and Nokris? And Nokris.
There's a reason. There's a reason I'm joining. Keep reading.
Okay. X-Krill, Taken Wielder. Hazards, the power to take. Wheelbreaker, Blade of Oryx. Commands Hive and Taken Legions. Planar Tearing. Oh yeah, that's when you get yoinked.
You get
Corrupted Light, Darkness Mastery, Godly Strength and Durability. Guardian rated Sigma 3 or lower are advised not to engage. Jesus.
If you're on that Sigma grind, don't do it.
What the hell? Intel. Oryx was once known as Aurash, one of the 3 sisters of Krill nobility. She became Oryx upon descending into the deep, accepting a worm, and choosing to shed her form in favor of the King Morph. Oryx then began a crusade of conquest and death across the universe in pursuit of the final shape.
I
Aww.
don't mean to actually,
Yeah.
but first she became
Yeah.
Oryx,
Yeah,
as in
first-
AURYX,
Yeah, Aurix,
and
I guess.
Oryx,
he
yeah.
only became Oryx when he killed Arca.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
I think they like
Sorry.
shortened because otherwise it would be
No, I
like.
know. I was doing this
So
for.
yeah. So
Yeah,
in Books
so
of
we
Sorrow,
copy that.
after invading Sol to seek vengeance for the death of his son Crota and winning a decisive victory at the Battle of Saturn, was it a decisive victory? Kind of. Okay, yeah, sure. He can take that.
I mean,
win.
there was like
He messed up his
it
own
depends
fleet.
on how you
but
measure it, right? By his measure,
yeah,
like, and
he
by
won.
like what we lost, yes.
Yeah,
But there was, yeah,
he was very mad at Mara. He killed her, and he was like, "Yes."
yeah, basically, and
Yeah.
like he again blinded kind of by vengeance. It's like, yes,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
a victory, kind of blind to
Yeah.
the fact that Mara had like massively stalled him.
Oryx was dethroned by a valiant fireteam who infiltrated the dreadnought and ended the Taken King. Many hives still tithe to Oryx in secret, though it is not known where the power of the tithing goes, given that the Taken King is dead. Interesting.
This is fascinating to me. Like genuinely, like one of the things
Where
that
is it
I
going?
Has anyone
I
like
know.
said this stuff?
To the worm?
Well, this is it. This is the question, right? Is it going to the worm that was missing from his corpse?
Possible.
If so, like, what are the implications of that?
I don't know.
Considering we weren't the first there, I wonder if perhaps, like it was an Nokru who took, who was there when trying to raise his corpse. I wonder if perhaps there were some other forces there who may have claimed the worm.
Possibly, or the worm is just kind of like free, just swimming.
That's it, right? The other popular theory is that like what Drifter saw as the long boy is the boy in the soup was actually Oryx's.
Though he does like Drifter does like correct himself, so he's like, oh no, actually it's long girl in the soup.
Oh, for sure.
But there
but
could be
like,
two. There could be two without us knowing.
That's exactly it, right? That's what I meant. Like,
Those Asa would probably know. Maybe. I mean, who knows? After his defeat, Oryx's corpse fell to Titan, where the Lucent Hive attempted to resurrect him through the heretical use of necromancy, a crime for which Oryx once banished another of his sons, Nokris. The scheme was foiled by Guardian operatives. Nokris
here's
mentioned.
what, like, I find, like, kind of fascinating. I mean, like, we kind of knew this, but, like, having the explicit lore that it was not just them trying to use a ghost, it was necromancy.
Yes.
Is very, very
It's
interesting.
really good, yeah.
It is, yeah.
Like, because that is a confirmation that, like that it wasn't coincidence that it was Ernokr. It wasn't just like
Yes. It wasn't just like a Lucent Hive.
It's
yeah.
Yeah. It's like that is a very explicit connection at this point. It's just like,
Yes.
whoa.
Like the Lucent Hive specifically brought that Lucent Hive because of necromancy.
To resurrect Oryx, yeah. Like, that is really fascinating.
That is really fascinating. Of note, Oryx slew Akka, the Worm of Secrets, and carved the Dreadnought from its corpse. Dreadnought. Hidden operatives report faint biosignatures still pulsing from within the ship's hull. This was also noted by Osiris. Inimalant. What a coincidence. Everything is inimalant.
Again, another just...
Forever.
Yeah, Osiris was like, his worm still dying. Dead worm still dying.
Yeah. I really like that. I like that Akka's still like, help!
Yeah.
They're using my skin. Chat. They turned me into a ship.
And a throne world. Only
Yeah,
real
the
lore
throne
heads can actually the twid. Yeah. Through the use of Willbreaker and the Dreadnought, Oryx may weaponize his throne world, allowing it to spill into the material plane as a wave of destructive power. This weapon claimed the Awoken fleet during the Battle of Saturn. Yay! The big boom.
That was that, and like that's kind of the Pyrrhic victory of his win at Saturn, right? It's like he now then couldn't use the Willbreaker on the rest of the system.
Yes, that was very much on purpose. Like that was the whole plan with that was the plan
with Mara, yeah,
with Mara, Eris, and Osiris, the besties.
Yeah,
Girl Boss, Gatekeep, Gaslight, Girl Boss. One of them is one of them. They gaslit and girl bossed and gate kept Oryx from the rest of the system.
Well, like that old era Mara is gaslight. Osiris is gatekeep.
Yes.
Because of his association with the Vex. And
Osiris
Eris
for the
is girl
Grease.
boss.
Yeah. While imprisoned in the Dreaming City, Savathun once claimed that her brother Oryx was unable to control his curiosity, that his worm intentionally directs it, and that the worm manipulates Oryx's actions unbeknownst to him. She claims all hive worms function in this way. The veracity of this claim is unconfirmed. I mean, it's probably correct.
Interesting. Yeah, like, but here's the thing. That's one of those. It's like, that's one of those. Is this statement a lie? Questions.
Yeah.
Like, because it's like at the time, if that's true, her worm's making her say that.
Yeah. Yeah, she has
which
to lie.
Would
she
make
had to
it
lie at the time. Yeah.
would make it a lie.
Yeah.
So it's like a paradoxical statement at that point in time. So it's just like, oof.
But it is kind of corroborated in the Books of Sorrow, because in the Books of Sorrow, when they first realized that the worm deal is a problem, they were like, well, the worms are like the worms are hungry now because we're not following our nature. Like we have to keep doing what the worm wants us to do as our nature.
Yeah, exactly. That was Savathun killed Oryx, like AU Oryx for that, because Oryx was like, I don't really know if I want to fight these folks, and she was like, what, you're being too lenient, and also you're gonna go hungry. Like
and Sav was also getting hungry in the city when she was Osiris pilled.
Hangy.
Yeah.
Angry Sav.
Why did I say that?
I blanked. What did you say?
When she was Osiris pilled, I love the idea now that she like used some ritual. She made a pill. She was like, all right, this is gonna transform me into Osiris.
Not how it works.
Osiris.
I'm in pain. No.
Osiris pill deception, Maxine?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Girl, help, there are hive in my ribs.
I'm going to ban you from your own stream.
Help. And finally, Eris Morn used Oryx's ravenous heart to construct the exotic weapon Touch of Malice. She so did.
I still love the lore, and it's like, no, I'm going to make this weapon.
Yeah.
Like, just the drive behind that line.
Yeah.
Just like, fucking do it. Like, so good.
I hate it here. Yeah, this is... The stream is losing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, welcome to...
Oryx in live commentator, by the way.
Oh. Let's see. Oh my god. Oh yeah. That's that was the drama. And, like, the reason he was like this in D1 is because old engine, like old gen consoles.
Exactly.
Like,
but it's the kind
they couldn't render the fog effectively. Like
these are the kind of people who like get mad when you tell them that like ancient Greece was colorful. Like
yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Also, like, we had like the grimoire drawings, the grimoire cards for Oryx were always showing him with like pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally just they don't like him because he's pink.
Yeah.
His Fortnite colors.
Literally, it's just like, wow, this is the most like petty shit in the world.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to join for this because there was some Noctis brain rot in here that I really like.
I understand, thank you.
Understandably.
We'll go so unhinged when Revenge of Noctis drops. Don't worry about it. Available April 28th.
April 28th, 2020. I think it's April 24th, 2028. But I'm not sure.
April 24th, 2028.
Yeah. No, exactly.
This is not lore.
No. This is potential lore.
We're lying now. We're literally lying to the audience. Well, that was a very convenient quote that you pulled. You tried to get a list, but you got the quote.
Is there not a quote list command?
Yeah. Maybe it's... it'll be a lot of them. They'll never lie to us, literally.
No, normally, like, there's an extension link that it ends to.
Maybe it has to be, like... I don't know. But
I'll have to look it up later.
Yeah, thank you for that quote. Which one are we gonna get now? And as I was saying about...
Reminder that everyone in chat can pull quotes.
Yeah. As I was saying about the brain cells, there are none here.
Me and Belle.
Literally. Literally.
Okay, I'll leave you to your lore stream. I just
Yeah.
wanted to share that little
We're
bit.
gonna be wrapping up anyway, so
Yeah.
Okay, catch
we
you
get
later.
by Lily. We're getting so many good quotes that are completely relevant to what is happening. I get it. He's fine. You know. And the sicko mode has indeed been like very legendary.
I know which number that one is.
Yeah. Last time and this time, we wrapped up some of the stuff. Like, hopefully that was helpful for people who didn't read that before or who didn't know about these things in the first place. Because again, a lot of people didn't read Duress and Egress. So
I read Duress and Egress. I didn't know what was going on, but I read it.
yeah. It's a little bit more. It makes more sense now, especially because we got the updates on almost all of them. And for Vance, we again net zero information.
Yeah.
We just got more questions essentially that hopefully will be answered one day, and then we will be able to look back to these lore tabs and quest steps, and we'll be able to figure out like what they meant in like retrospect, which is always cool. I like that.
Yeah, like, that's
you kind of like look
very
back
cool.
and you're like, oh, so
When
this
you're
was
like,
that.
I have, yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Like,
Yeah.
you're referencing this thing, yeah.
Yeah. It's cool. Hopefully one day. Hopefully.
I
In the future.
beating you with sticks.
Hopefully, in the future. I'm gonna get put in jail.
Yeah, you are.
No. Please. No jail. No jail.
I mean, the problem is if I put you in jail, you can still speak and people can still hear you.
Yeah, obviously.
That's the problem.
Yeah. I cannot be banned from my own stream for now. But that's it. Can this fly get out of the way? I'm being harassed. The woke fly is censoring me or something. I don't know. We'll find a way. Yeah, and we'll find a way to also maybe one day figure out what the hell is going on with some of this stuff. It'll be fun if they do that. Like, it's fine if they don't, but it would be...
like it would be really interesting to find out.
Like, this is not the sort of thing like, oh, if they don't do this, like the lore is broken or something.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like,
so the state of
yes, the lore is dangerous.
Then.
Yeah. No, like, and we will rebuild, or like we will heal from this. We'll heal from this. Like, it makes sense that like for some things that we will never find out. Like, again, even if Mercury does return, we may never be able to get into the forest again, and we may never be able to find out what happened.
Yeah.
They could like make a side lore tab that like explains to the players, but not to
like the forest is gone.
Yeah. But like not to the actual characters, because sometimes we know things that characters don't. So it could be in that way. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But it would be cool if it did, because they wrapped up everything else. And specifically, wrapped up everything else from this particular lore book, which is pretty cool. We didn't comment on the cover as well, but like these ominous shapes against the 4 orbs.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, which are the planets.
Planets getting sliced.
Yes. Yeah, the slicing. Very interesting. Again, in retrospect, very interesting.
Yeah.
I
posted my Ginger Doodle also.
Yeah, I saw it. It's really, really cool. I love her. She's really, really nice. We could have also like, I mean, you all seen the pyramids on planets screenshots. I post them like every 3 weeks. So me every 3 weeks, I gotta post the pyramids on planets screenshots. We also saw Mercury last time.
Pyramid posting on main.
Yeah, pyramid posting on, yeah, literally this. That's it. I think we wrapped. I think we mentioned everything that could.
We've only been going for 4 hours. That's quite good.
Yeah, 4 hours and 53 minutes actually. Yeah.
You don't have to say the last bit.
Yeah. What is happening? Okay. I don't know where I missed them. I should post them. Post pyramids. Yeah. I think Maxi is breaking out of the room. So
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's it. Thanks everyone who joined, and also everyone who stayed here for 5 hours, which is nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for joining us
Forget
after
to...
Yeah, like Raf actually woke up.
I
would not.
went to sleep at like 3 a.m.
Yeah,
accidentally.
Oh,
Well,
no.
I'm getting on a plane at 3 a.m. today. So...
Oh,
That's right, I'm
heavens.
leaving for the airport at 3 a.m. The plane's
Yeah.
asleep.
Oh god.
Yeah.
It's currently 10 p.m.
Yes. So you have
Survive.
to go to sleep. I mean, we know that.
I am not going to sleep.
Yeah,
It's
but you
not
can
happening.
try.
Yeah.
Thanks for brainstorming at us.
Great.
Yeah. No problem. Anytime.
Anytime. No, genuinely, really, please, anytime.
We could be repeating this over and over infinitely. Like we could be sitting here for another 12 hours just talking about this.
Yeah.
Genuinely. But yeah, that's it for now. And see you maybe next week, but maybe in 2 weeks.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, we'll see. Or maybe like for the weekend, so we have like more
Yeah.
time to
Yeah,
do
Yeah, actually, a weekend might be better.
email and weekend. Yeah,
Yeah.
might be better. Yeah. This is like an autism
Autism.
support
Yeah.
group.
Pretty much.
Okay, that's it. We're leaving.
All right. Catch you later, guys.
Bye.
Bye bye.